Morning. Morning, Presley.
Good. I just wanted to, I can move over. I just wanted to
That's one.
plug in. It's my own.
Yeah, often.
Actually, I have Jessica pass me of Jesse.
You
Yeah, Phil's-
Oh,
Yeah, like I wonder.
Thank you.
Just did not want to hold my wires for us.
So just like no big deal, just power wash the whole driveway before you get back. That will work. It's fine, but that's how I have like a driveway with a zigzag.
I know exactly.
Worse than it was before.
Yeah.
That's that it needs a big, like, big one.
Yeah.
But I'm paying $50 for the so should I invest the thing? If I just let him do it.
$15.
Yeah.
It's the
I
time.
get what I pay
Yeah,
for.
yeah.
I'm walking through without my pen. She's right.
I appreciate the help, sir.
Yeah. All right. How do you want to do? You want to do like sort of a kind of housekeeping?
Just ignore that guy.
Awkward.
It's rather unsettling.
Oh, wow.
Sarah, would you mind to grab that door? Yeah. So we're ready to start. No, you're good.
I'm very sure.
I was under an umbrella.
We're gonna jump to Lori's presentations. Yeah, we're gonna do a quick housekeeping for the day. Okay. We are. Okay, good. All right. Wait, so.
So this is the beginning of our fiscal year 2027 administrators budget sessions. This is now, I think, the third year that these sessions have been online, available to the public and recorded. We've been doing these sessions open to the public probably for a couple of decades now, but then within the last 3 years, we've added the online functionality to it. And Joy, I would just kind of add to that I'd rival us against any other county that has such an open process for their requested budget. So kudos to you for for adding that online, the recorded, viewable part of it. So these sessions they're intended to be the department's ask requests for the fiscal year 2027. These are asked, so nothing is recommended or nothing is approved at this time. So just kind of consider that as you're hearing these requests. The recommended budget will go to the board in July, and then the board will adopt that budget in September with 2 public hearings. The budget right now, it is not a balanced budget right now. There are certain items, certain funds that are not in balance. There's also funds that they're in balance, but their reserves are at a level that low level that we would like to see increase. So we'll try to highlight those as we go through them. And then also as well, there are some revenues along with the budget. This really is not a recommendation on property taxes at this point. Just kind of a couple of items that are not included in the budget right now. The big one being the constitutional officers' budgets. Their budgets are due to the Board of County Commissioners June 1st. So right now we don't have those values in the budget. As well as some of our benefits are not quite finalized yet. Both our retirement, the Florida retirement system has not yet established finalized rates, and also health insurance rates are yet to be finalized. I guess I'll add to that too. When we kind of initially put the budget guidelines out, was kind of when fuel prices initially started spiking. We really didn't put any guidelines related to fuel because we were hoping it would be a short-term blip, and as we're seeing, it's not so much. So the recommended budget, we probably will have increases to fuel as a result. Just a little housekeeping before we get in to land management. These are designed to be discussions between the departments and the county administrator. So, you know, those viewing in the room here, just ask that, you know, no questions or comments, just kind of listen along. So with that, Doyle, turn it over to you. Corey.
Morning, Court.
Morning.
Yeah, you want to jump in, sir?
Sure. I provided you with a small little packet, a couple of them around there. So my name is Corey Bowens, I'm the Land Management Director. With me, I have my 3 division managers, Donald, Dave, and Mike. And I really wanted to have them here as not only part of the process, but also to recognize the contribution of the work from their teams, because without them, we're not as productive and successful as we are. Land management is an internal services department, so our budget isn't going to be as robust. We probably really don't have much to add. We're not the largest department by any means, but we're also not the smallest, with 25 full-time FTEs, 9 of those being in GIS, 9 being in survey, and then 5 in real estate. Primarily the activities for land management surround land and land interests for the county. And you see on the slide, you see the breakdown of our department on three descriptions of real estate, survey, and GIS. Some of the activities for real estate include land acquisition, property interest, property management, surplus property, survey, plat review takes up a significant amount of resources, boundary, topo right-of-way, as-built survey, stakeouts, and easements, all supporting county work. And then GIS, responsible with collection and editing of county-owned land and information. We also perform analysis, application development, along with generating address points and road similar information. I'm just going to jump straight into highlighting a few things with the existing services and then moving on to some accomplishments before we jump into our budget asks or requests. So what you see on the slide now is real estate functions, and by no means are these numbers comprehensive. They're just numbers that we track. And again, to reiterate, real estate, those numbers kind of reflect acquisitions and easements, agreements, purchase and sale agreements. And this is for fiscal year 25. So we have a full annual number for survey. Again, the plat review and surveying services. That doesn't cover phone calls and internal questions and support and what I call rapid response type activities. Those things are just kind of hard to quantify when a citizen calls on the phone with questions regarding either their boundary or they have some easement or other questions pertaining to land. But the team does well in managing and leveraging that. GIS, that number really just reflects IMAP and some of the general map requests. IMAP being one of the more popular applications that's used internally by staff and also externally by the public. That doesn't include like development tracker, flood zone viewer, the entitlement viewer, the evacuation zone viewer. there's many other applications that that team develops and has available to help staff and the public make better informed decisions. Moving on to that next slide, I want to take an opportunity to kind of highlight just a few things of the many from fiscal year 25. What we're seeing, Donald and the survey team have taken a posture where they have the ability and the means, which they do, to find savings in other department project managers have requests for survey type related activities. He's able to pivot the team to be able to do that. So that saves those respective departments money with trying to hire an outside contractor to do work that we can handle internally. And talking with Donald and the team, that's something that we want to try to facilitate more, being able to expand and contract our teams, barring that the projects aren't too large, be able to handle that. So for fiscal year 25, we saw approximately $160,000 of savings for various projects that the survey team was able to realize. Next, I wanted to point out there was GIS was recognized for developing an application tracking derelict vessels with dashboards, not whiteboards. That was published in Esri, which is our major software vendor. It really highlighted the better collaboration between the city, the county, and state agencies for handling the derelict vessels that unfortunately end up in our surrounding waters in St. Johns County. Also, another application was coastal lighting violations application and dashboard. In this instance, the team was able to work with the environmental division to develop a streamlined collection and documentation process that resulted in almost a 50% increase in realized compliance rates. This is directly related to the habitat conservation plan and turtle monitoring. And so part of the habitat conservation plan is they have lighting violations that the team has to track and report on. And working with Mike's team, they were able to develop a process that made that much easier to document and also notice residents of any issues. Next, I'd like to point out the Summer Haven Managed Retreat that was enacted by our board. In late FY25, we actually got the notice to commence from the state from the time that it was awarded, and the better part of FY26 that be able to report next year's budget hearing. Our progress, we've been doing very well with that, but it was a monumental task for staff to get that notice of commitment. The state had a lot of requirements that we needed to put in place to make sure that we got the approval to work forward with that grant funds. And then lastly, I wanted to point out, we had 2 lamp acquisitions. I know our board is keen on conservation. And so we added the Bailey Riverfront properties and also Hawkins Island, which added about 15 acres to the county's conservation portfolio. Enough gabbing about some of the things that Land Management has done that I'm proud of. We jump right into our budget request. I'm really glad I printed this out.
Yeah.
Man, that was a cool effect you put on your voice.
So as you see, very modest. We have fleet recommended capital vehicle, one of our survey trucks. And that is a matrix that fleet has on the end of life for a vehicle. So that is something that we put in. It's just kind of baked in. Next, we are requesting $5,000 funding for a paid GIS intern. For a little over 10 years, GIS in particular has facilitated an intern from a local university and has worked out very well for us, for staff, and for the student and for the college, building a good connection. Some of our exit interviews and some of the feedback that we've received was that other students and other competitive applicants would have liked to have applied, but the constraint of being in St. Johns County, not really having a lot of universities around. And so we're requesting a $5,000 stipend to be able to help supplement a student if we were able to get that. And then lastly, we are requesting that an administrative fee of approximately $300 be added to the county fee schedule for lease agreements to offset the administrative costs to manage that. So Florida statute provides a mechanism for the board to do this. This isn't a primary function of government doing leasing. However, we have lease agreements for nonprofits that are in county-owned facilities. That in of itself isn't a problem because they serve a public benefit, but the effort between, admin, real estate, risk, facilities, evaluating these and drafting these agreements falls solely on the county, the general fund, and the transportation trust fund. So this fee would be merely and modeled after the state's administrative fee that they levy on us for land that we lease from the state, would be to solely recoup internal expenses, modestly, might I add. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
Well, thank you, Corey.
Mhm.
Well, thank you for being here, all three of you, and for your team. I wanted to, before we get into sort of the overall budget, if we're able to, kind of look at the land management's overall budget, because what Corey and the team has presented here today is more of an incremental picture of what you're thinking about to request in addition to the core services that you're providing. I do want to add to what you said about accomplishment. I think Donald, David, Michael are fully aware of the critical nature of this department, which I don't know is fully reflective on what you say because you kept using the word modest. And I think that's sort of the description of your presentation as well. Land management is one of the foundational departments in St. Johns County. And the nature of your service is essential, it's centralized, and it's integral to almost every department in this county and how they operate. So I wanted to kind of lead from a broader perspective to honing on how important what you do is. Land management is integral member of infrastructure delivery team. As we have in the past couple of years launched hundreds of millions of dollars of infrastructure projects, land management's work, which is not modestly from your presentation listed on any of your accomplishments, is that every single CIP project, hundreds of them, that you are an integral part of that when it comes to land acquisition, right-of-way negotiation, easements, bill of sale when it comes to utilities. I'm probably missing something else, but I think that is definitely worth noting of all the work you do. And that is above and beyond what you do before, because the CIP projects that we have launched is truly timely, strategic, but at the same time created a lot of workload for your department. So I think that's worth noting when we look at overall budget in comparison to amount of the work that you do, in comparing to what you're asking incrementally from your budget is almost disproportionate. So I wanted to recognize that, which means all of you guys are doing more with the same amount of resource, with the exception of that you need a paid intern, or you need some contract for GIS technology. I also wanted to recognize that year after year, you guys receive these national awards that you are very quiet about, which is very consistent to the personality of the department. They like to work in the dark office, they have multiple screens, but the work product they put out is nothing dark. It's shiny, and it's just, we're very proud of what you do. I think moving forward, when it comes to the county as it's growing, not only the needs for services, but also the amount of assets, we're building them. We're also acquiring more because there are more services to be delivered when it comes from parks recreation to coastal management to public works to utility. We just simply have more assets to manage, which requires GIS take on a more centralized leadership role in assisting these departments to manage their assets. So one thing I wanted to point out here is Corey, among other GIS leaders in St. Johns County, has formed a GIS committee. We're still sort of trying to make this committee to be more mature in terms of identifying what kind of leadership role it's going to take to provide a more centralized and efficient and leveraged oversight for all the GIS technology in St. Johns County. But the technology is here. The need for that technology to be used fully is absolutely here. So Corey has a big job to lead that committee and figuring out how we can deploy GIS technology to growth management, which helps them track all the development obligation, development requirement, but also to parks, to facility management, to all the departments that have these assets just across the county. And that's a huge task. And also it's very costly. We understand that the storage, the servers, all the things are becoming increasingly more expensive, and how we can help them to manage all of that without breaking the bank, so to speak, is also another financial task for Corey and his committee. So I wanted to mention that. And of course, all the projects that you had mentioned earlier are sort of a bonus projects, Summer Haven acquisition and all the things that's really in addition to the 99% of the things that you do, which is support the county operation. So with that said, do you have anything to add? Have I missed anything?
You know, I appreciate you recognizing the team's efforts with acquiring land critical to capital improvements, because all those things the county has to own in order to build the roads, in order to build the buildings. We have to own the land first before we can plan all of that. And you'll probably see some of those being highlighted on next year's on next year's presentation.
Catching up,
I appreciate you recognizing those additional things.
Well, not to mention all the negotiations when it comes to private property acquisition for not only right-of-way easement, but also pond sites that's necessary for drainage needs for all of our roads and bridges and facilities. And I think people underestimate Corey's aggressiveness when it comes to negotiating in protection of St. Johns County's residents. So we appreciate all the work you guys do. Any thought or insight to share in terms of trends when it comes to sort of the workload on your desk, looking at the easements? Because I know every other week we go through our agenda items, and land management occupies 1/3 of all of our consent agendas. So there's a lot of acquisitions, a lot of negotiation of bill of sales, a lot of actually just really purchases, surveying for all the different functions that you guys do. And I don't mean to kind of ask this question on the spot, but any kind of a general idea of how it looks like when it comes to those volume compared to last year?
Well, you know, the things that we've observed and things that I think we're putting in place. Last year, we're very fortunate and thankful that the board approved the CORS network. We're going to end up upgrading that. That's the foundation for accuracy, which is continually operating reference stations. So that, that's one piece of the puzzle. The other, like in real estate, land is expensive in the county. By statute, we have to do the appraised value. And we're seeing areas where the county has to acquire right-of-way or pond sites or land. There's a trend of representation, right? Legal representation, which for the public, if they don't know, if there's a corridor that, and I'm sure Public Works is going to mention this when they come up to talk about where we have to widen. A perfect example is County Road 210 that everyone knows about. I mean, we're there now, but we know it was about an 11-year saga of trying to acquire land. And so we have to negotiate with each and every individual person on that corridor. And so someone may be all for it and someone may be against it. And then someone may have legal representation. And so those challenges with us having to deliver the land in a timely fashion to be able to make the capital improvement can be a little stressful. And you have to have some aggressive negotiating tactics. But with the support of our legal team and Dave and his team in real estate, we've been successful. I mean, that doesn't go without saying. There are still challenges because it's a long, drawn-out process when you have to deal with attorneys. But that's people's rights. Their property rights are some of the strongest rights that they have. And so we find a way to be able to meet in the middle, help provide the necessary land needed for utilities and public works and parks and rec and library to be able to continue on with their projects.
I think this reminds me of a topic that we had talked about maybe just a couple of years ago, and land management plays a huge role in sort of a kind of a mind shift in terms of how we negotiate with developers. We had talked about the cost of the value of right-of-way acquisition is so expensive. And that is part of the reason we, as infrastructure delivery team, talked about and established a long-term transportation planning committee. And one of the goals of the committee is to identify transportation projects early on, so we have a more advanced position to take when it comes to negotiating for the land. In other words, the land is far more valuable when it becomes entitled and has all kinds of PUD or major mods on it compared to when it was just open rule. But you know, it is our job to plan ahead of time, know which road is going to where, just to looking out 10 to 15 to 25 years. And land management has played in that role in that thought process is how can we improve our even just land development code, our language to help us to negotiate the land acquisition before it's time to save funds. So I think that is still a continued conversation. Now with the support of long-term transportation planning committee, now we have a planner who is constantly looking at the model of what transportation corridors, and this is beyond 2209, this is beyond 210 expansion. This is just looking at a countywide, how are we responding to First Coast Expressway? And I'm sure this conversation will come up again with growth management and public works, but I think that is something that we will be challenging ourselves to think more strategically ahead of time. How do we negotiate those easements and right of way when we can still afford them?
I agree.
All right, so wage, you want to get into the overall?
And let me just take a second to actually, for those viewing at home, if they wish to view this as well, we kind of navigate to it from the home page real quick. So get to the county homepage, and Andrea, if you don't mind typing in FY27 budget. You can just search FY27 budget.
Search.
And then the second one there takes you to the office management and budget homepage. From there, really the top layer there, you click on FY27 budget, get into the workshop session schedule, and then there's a link there for the workbook. So this is all the financial information for each fund, each department. It's laid out currently by fund. So land management is within the Transportation Trust Fund, which is a special revenue fund. So you do have a little bit of navigating in order to find which department you're looking for, but they are all in there, and we'll try to assist with that navigation. So here's what a typical department page looks like. This is land management. It has a description of what they do, and as Corey mentioned, there's a lot more, and Joy as well, there's a lot more to what they do than just right here. Additionally, we identify where the revenue for this department is coming from. So this land management, again, within the Transportation Trust Fund, that's where the funding is from. And just to kind of point out that Transportation Trust Fund is a millage rate fund. So property taxes are going into that and supporting land management. Then as we get into the expenses, there's a kind of a graphical summary of the last 4 years and then by category. So you can see what's personnel, operating, and capital. And as you can see here, there is a big decline from 26 to 27. And what that decline is in 26's budget was that Summer Haven Managed Retreat program that Corey had mentioned. It's a $5 million grant. It comes with a $5 million match. The match was not in this budget as it was adopted. It's been a reserve transfer from the general fund for that match as those properties come forward. So that's really the explanation for the decrease from year to year, and we can probably see where that match is quite a bit. And then you go down below and then you see same categories, but then you see the line item detail for each budget line within land management. So Corey mentioned there's a vehicle, survey truck, 55,000. As well as some of his other requests. And here is again, that Summer Haven Managed Retreat grant with nothing planned for next year. Just to kind of point out, in general, for grants, for capital projects, there will be capital carry forwards. Those get rolled in at the end of the budget process because those projects are already approved. They're already in this year's budget, and we don't know what the balances are going to be, those remaining balances, until further along in the year. So some of this grant may be carried forward, but we don't know that amount at this point. So yeah, this is kind of the overview that you'll see for each department within here. So
it looks like it's pretty much leveled even with the cost increase related to inflation and other variables. We're holding pretty flat in terms of expenditures. And we're going to have a separate session on capital improvement project and UFT requests. If you don't have any UFT requests for this year.
Any capital improvement requests of your own, correct?
No.
Okay. There you go.
All right. Anything we can do to better support other than approving the additional requests?
Guys, we're good for now.
Okay.
We'll keep a notepad out just in case.
Jesse, Brad, anything?
No, Joy. I don't have any.
All right, well, thank you guys. Appreciate you coming up here.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh,
Who is next?
who's that over there?
That's who's next.
Is it okay?
Next.
That's a
That was me after the last.
That's a problem.
In general fund.
Yes, and some of the capital is in impact public building, future building, so we can kind of talk that too.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. How are y'all? Good, how are you?
Well, good. Morning.
You got a visitor over there?
I brought a prop,
Taking nap.
but I don't know.
You're gonna be the one that's.
Don't hurt yourself.
I wanted to put him at the table, but that's not possible.
You wish to do that, I mean.
She said we can do it.
It's a little frightening, but.
So,
Just.
We weren't.
what's up first? Grab an arm, grab a
Okay,
leg.
hands up.
So freaky.
It is freaky, but you know what? It's what we use to train. I got it. There we go. I'm sorry.
It's not a rescue, so it is a real important thing.
Also put his head. Don't drop him.
We got a hand brief.
It's all-
Waving. He's face, he's waving at you, babe.
Chairs, can you move the chairs? Or somebody can move the chairs?
We were doing that.
We are now.
Oh, we are now.
Yay.
Ad hoc.
Hold on.
Okay,
One more chair.
excellent. Thank you.
This guy's pretty heavy.
Yeah, 175.
Oh, that explains how heavy.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Yeah, he's got better hair than.
Right, George.
Oh.
Right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll take a look.
Anybody's freaking people out.
We normally don't let people lay on that. We'll make exceptions.
I've already gotten texts for who was sitting behind me and what happened to them.
His name is
Camera.
George. Oh, he's Jewish.
Should have put some up around them. Can you actually see?
I can see it, but it's a little farther back.
Oh, okay.
I can't control.
You ready?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
So good morning, everybody. I'm sorry I'm out of breath.
It was a workout.
It was a workout, as you know, I don't work out.
I mean, you do this every day. It's multiple
Well,
times.
yes, we do that multiple times every day. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joy. Well, good morning. For those who do not know me, I'm Dr. Sneed. I'm the Chief Medical Examiner, out of breath. And I work at the District 23 Medical Examiner's Office. And today we're going to talk about budget, but I thought it would be appropriate to give you a little bit of information because there's some people from the community that may be watching, correct?
Mhm. And the camera's right there, so feel free to sit over here if you would like, right here.
No, I can stand. It's all good.
Oh, okay,
It's all good. I'm
okay,
loud enough.
okay.
Is that good?
Your microphone's right here, so you don't even have to be loud.
Yeah.
I mean, nice and
Yeah,
calm
you just
and
need to be loud.
relax a bit.
Okay.
Okay. So what we do is we provide services for the counties of St. John's, Putnam, and Flagler. So 3 counties, known as the District 23. We do medical legal investigations for the 3 counties, and we serve a combined population of about 564,000 people. We investigate deaths that are suspicious, non-natural, but we also certify deaths in people who have or potentially died from natural diseases, but they do not have physicians to sign the death certificates. We're accredited by the National Association of Medical Examiners, which means that we perform with best practices. And we have 13 employees in the office. So I'm the Chief Medical Examiner. I have 2 more doctors. They're Associate Medical Examiners. We are physicians. We're not PhDs. We are actual MDs. And we do a residency in pathology, which is the study of diseases. And then we do a subspecialty in forensic pathology. That's where we learn how to identify non-natural conditions to determine cause of death. We also have 3 administrative staff, and I'm going to use that 3 number loosely because you'll see at the end, they're more than just administrative staff. We have 4 medical legal death investigators. Those are the people that you see on the cars going to the scenes when someone dies, doing the investigation for us, talking to physicians, talking to families, taking photographs, writing reports, getting whatever it is that we need so we can perform our duties. And we also have 3 forensic technicians. Those are the workhorses of the office. They're in the back with the physicians collecting evidence, moving bodies, and the ones that get the brunt of what I'm going to be requesting today in the office. So we have finalized the 2025 annual report. It's uploaded. So you can just go to our website and look at it if you want to know all the good work that we have been doing in the office. We got 1,076 cases reported last year, out of which 444 cases were very shortly thereafter declined as medical examiner cases. So that left us with 632 cases in which we performed full investigations. Out of those 632 cases, we assumed jurisdiction, medical examiner jurisdiction, in 495 cases. So that means that we fully investigated 495 bodies, right? Next photo. Or slide, I should say. So how do we get paid? Per statute, the services that we provide are paid by the funds that are under control of the Board of Commissioners for each county. And the way that we do this is St. Johns County basically pays the bill, and then we get reimbursed by the other 2 counties based on the percentages of cases that we have. And they do the same mathematical equation from the annual operating budget and the annual building cost. So as you can see on the right, in 2025, and this is calendar year, not fiscal year, we had 43% of our cases were from St. John's, which is a decrease by 7% from last year. Last year, 50% of the cases came from St. John's County. So this year, Flagler increased by 7% and Putnam by 3%. And so our operating budget is expected to be this year $3,266,139, and the proposed operating budget is $4,327,052. That $1,060,000 difference is based on the request that I'm going to do, the capital improvement project for an X-ray equipment and 2 new autopsy stations. I just want to bring up that our budget per se, outside of these instruments that we need for our function, has not really increased from previous year. So in terms of the autopsy stations, this is a picture of our current morgue. And what we're talking about is this hunk of metal that you see on the back. You see, this is where we put our bodies into the station, and this is where we perform our autopsies. And these stations allow us to clean, cut the organs, take photographs, and so forth. So we have had, our office was built about 20 years ago. One of those stations is from the previous office. And one of the stations was bought when the office was built 20 years ago. And it has been refurbished and refurbished and refurbished until last month they told us that they can no longer support this station. So we're making them work, but they really need to be repaired as soon as possible. Or changed, I should say. Okay. Now, in terms of the CIP, in terms of the request, this is what we're asking for. And I'm not, where's Jamie? I'm not saying that these are the brands that we need to use. These are 2 examples of what we're asking, which are high-speed, low-dose, full-body X-ray systems. And basically changes completely from the arm that you saw, that is a mobile arm, to what we are asking for, which I'll explain later how it works. Next one. So our current arm system was bought about 10 years ago, when we went from non-digital, put the cassettes and you get an X-ray the old school way, to digital. And we got, instead of like moving the system itself, we got the arm to be able to move up and down. That's basically the only function that this instrument has. This is a type of lower output instrument, which means that the quality of images is not great. It's basically the equivalent of what they use in the ER to quickly see if you have something going on before they take it to the CT scan or so forth. Okay. This system is also a increased radiation as compared to newer systems like the low dose that we are trying to get, which is a low dose. It's very people unfriendly in the term that it requires a lot of effort from our forensic technicians to be able to do just a single X-ray. And because it's so heavy and dependent on the personnel, we have operational delays, meaning if I have a case and I have to do 5 x-rays, that may take me anywhere from 15 to 20 minutes on a good day. And this is where I brought this man here to show you, this is a weighted mannequin, the effort that we put into these cases. Can you go to the next slide? All the way down, all the way to the x-rays. Keep going. Yeah, one more. Keep going until you hear the exercise, yes. So we have to, the bodies are inside a body bag when we get them, right? And so we don't take them out of the body bags. Why? Because the bodies typically come unclean. They come with blood all over them, there's evidence in them, and we cannot expose that evidence necessarily until we're ready to expose that evidence while we're taking these x-rays. So we keep the bodies in the body bag. And so we put the bodies on the table that has a little slot, which is the size of the digital plate. That's the digital plate that we're using currently to take our x-rays. And we go ahead and we take one x-ray. So we put the beam, we point, and we go like, oh, okay, let's see, we got it. Take the x-ray, everybody moves behind the shield, come back, look at the x-ray. Nope, that's not it. Let's do it again. Move the person to the right. So that's my left, the other right, you know? And so, okay, now is the plate, no, the plate is not out. Okay, let's hold the plate, put it on the side. Okay, hold the plate, take the x-ray. That's the process that we do right now in our office to take x-rays on everybody. It may take 2 to 3 minutes for doing each x-ray. And this is a case that I presented last year when you so graciously decided that, yes, we needed an expansion to show that this is one case, one more, that had 57 images. Now, it took 57 images because I can talk about it, it's a homicide, but there were multiple layers to this person. So every time that we, the medical examiner, took a layer off, we had to take it back and go through this process all over again, full body x-rays. Mind you, that's the 57 that you see here. That's not the 50, it was more than 57 x-rays until we got the images that we wanted. And I wanted Sarah to show you, sir, you can tell us he was heavy, right?
Very.
So this is what happens. My technician, I'll do it and you put it underneath.
Okay.
Holds the body up. Okay, Sarah, put it underneath. Okay? I have 2 technicians doing this at all times. I'm not a technician. I cannot lift this man. He's 175 pounds. So you can see the effort that it takes to put that plate underneath to do this. Oh, no, no, no. Lift him up, move the plate to the side. That is what I'm talking about, is the effort that it takes to do this. And it was great, you know, 10, 15 years ago when we were not 495 cases that we have. But I will tell you that about 50% of our cases have x-rays. And it's full body x-rays. Every time that somebody comes decomposed, it's a full body x-ray. Every time that somebody dies in a crash, it's x-rays at least of the areas that we think are bad. When someone is shot, we have to do full body x-rays also because the bullets don't stay all in the same spot. Sometimes they go through the vessels. You can be shot in the chest. The bullet goes to the leg. So there's a lot of effort. And I'm going to keep him here for a little bit if you want to feel him to see the effort that it takes.
The plate is not as wide as the body either, so every time you have to take
Yeah.
sectional ones as well, because.
Correct. So we have feet, we have hand, we have head. Oh, we need a lateral. Why? Because we triangulate. If I have a bullet, if you have a bullet in a person, it's like a bullet in ground beef, right? You put a bullet in the middle there and like find it. So if I can see that it's on the right side of the body, I can look in that area. But if I don't know how deep, I have to go through the entire body. So that's why we do lateral x-rays as well. Okay. So this is an example of high speed, low dose. And basically what it does is like you pull the body into the table on the bottom, and it takes 13 seconds to do a full body x-ray. That's it. You need a lateral, 13 more seconds. That's what you do. You need to go back because he's layered multiple times. It's just taking the body back, putting it on the table, and then moving them again back into the autopsy table. So it's a case like that you saw, every single layer would have taken less than 5 minutes to do the x-rays. And this is the result. You get a full body x-ray. Continue, please. So what are the benefits? Well, it is a technological upgrade. You know, our office, you have been so gracious in giving us an expansion, but our office really needed more than just the expansion, right? We have to bring us to this era in terms of technology. It's better for workflow efficiency, and it meets our current and future demands. Example, we get a catastrophe out there, plane crashes, right? if I have to wait for femurs to come here, it's gonna be 3 days before we can do X-rays in those bodies. With an equipment like this, we could have that all done. By the time that femurs gets here to help in other ways, all that information could be out, bodies could be outside. This will help us identify people. I mean, it's a lot because, if you have certain, like hardware in your body, somebody knows that they were in the plane and they had a hip replacement, we can use that. They had a bypass, we can use that. This equipment will allow us to do that and quickly. It improves our accuracy as well. Right now, we don't X-ray everybody, so I can tell you that we are missing some injuries. Not anything that would create like equal cause of death, but there are injuries, if there are bullets in there, in the legs, or we're letting them go because we can't see them, because we cannot X-ray everybody. With this, everybody will get X-ray that comes into the office. And so it also increases the safety, more importantly, of the staff, because it scales down the physical effort to actually do the X-ray and minimizes the radiation exposure, which we have been exposed in the past. Okay. So this works in parallel with the goals of the expansion of the medical examiner's office. And thank you very much. We're planning this 6,000 square foot expansion. And when we presented this last year, we showed that we needed to add a dedicated radiograph suite in the morgue, right? Because we don't have one right now. With this, we will have a dedicated suite. And this is so far the design that we have been provided. It's not final by any means, but here you can see that the part that circle is the X-ray equipment, the X-ray suite, and it's already being prepared to accommodate this type of X-ray equipment. So the request is for $1 million, which we know it's a lot. That would include the low-dose, high-speed X-ray equipment, the PACS system, which is an archiving system for the X-ray itself, because the X-ray itself does not archive them. The monitors, because now we're going to have 4 stations, including a secure infectious suite. So we're going to need a monitor for each station, right, that communicates with the X-ray itself. And a few accessories for ease of transfer of the body. A computer to communicate with the system itself, and a multi-year service contract that we will need after the 1-year warranty, expires. So I said that it was $1 million, extra, asking $1,060,000. But here, this is what it breaks down to, because we would have the other 2 counties reimburse that for St. Johns County. The ask for St. Johns County for the autopsy stations and the X-ray will be for $170,000. That's what we are asking. Next. Okay, but I didn't want you guys to think that we don't try to get some monies back for the county, because obviously we don't bring a lot of revenue. There's nothing that we can offer outside of doing autopsies and causes of death. But we are doing our due diligence. We're still looking for more grants. We have 2, the OD2A, which is the Overdose to Action, which is a grant that is given to the Florida Department of Health. From that grant, we received $21,000. That goes directly to the toxicology lab to offset the cost of toxicology in cases of overdoses. We also have a small amount that comes through the Paul Coverdell Forensic Improvement Grant that we use directly to buy equipment that helps us in investigation and performance in forensics. We've eliminated a few things. We don't have a heck of a lot to eliminate, but we eliminated something called tracers, which is something that we use to try to track people. So what we've been doing is, when we need to track people, if we can do it the usual way, disabled social media, we contact law enforcement, and they have tracers as well, so they provide that for us. And things as simple as, you might not know this, but we take towels to clean the bodies as we are doing the autopsies. We changed the towel services, and that saved us like $6,000 last year. One of the things that I'm most proud of in our office, and I mentioned this when we're talking about the expansion, is the fact that I have cross-trained, and I should say we have cross-trained the office, so that when we have a need in an area, whether it's in the text with the back, forensic technician, or we need a medical legal death investigator, my administrative staff actually fills in. They've been trained. Sarah, for example, went from forensic coordinator to forensic coordinator / forensic technician.
She was admin assistant, now she's a forensic.
Okay, So yes, she was all admin and now she also helps in the back. She does autopsies with us. She does all this, she does the x-ray. That's why she knows how this feels, you know? And then Leah, who is also an administrative assistant, is our, in all essence, fifth medical legal death investigator. And she will be sitting next year for their board, which is amazing because she's taken to it. So yes, it cost us $23,000 to change Sarah in her position, but we didn't have to pay a full-time employee, the $72,000 with benefits, and we didn't have to get another medical legal death investigator for $105,000. So we try to do our best, you know, to minimize costs as we go in our office. We also rotate our vehicles. So now everybody, the 5 technicians and the doctors, like for example, we had to transport him today, you know, we all rotate the vehicles to do our functions. The only revenue that the office has is civil depositions. Those are far and few in between, $500 per hour per deposition. We do not charge state attorney's office or public defender, obviously for obvious reasons. But we also do something called cremation reviews. And what that is like everybody in the county that is going to be cremated, the funeral homes send the certificates filled by their physicians to our office, and then we review them to make sure that those cases do not meet medical examiner jurisdiction. And when we do so, we sign off and then they can be cremated. We did 3,786 of those last year, and we charge $50. The funeral home pays the county, and then the families pay the funeral home for that portion. So can you go back one, I'm sorry. So we had a revenue of $189,000. However, some cases are exempted, as you can imagine. If you have an indigent person, indigent decedent, those cases, we don't charge those $50 and so forth. So in reality, we only got $158,000 in revenue last year. Next. So this cremation has not been reviewed, this fee, in many years. So in a way to increase somehow revenue, we propose perhaps a $10 increase. We check with every other office. There's 25 districts in the state. The fees for cremation go from $0 to $75. Most offices are in the $50, $60 range. So we think that $10 increase would be something that will work for our office. And also even include a yearly or biannual incremental fee thereafter. So we don't have to have this conversation there again, you know, as to like, well, nobody has reviewed this in so many years. And of course, invoicing Putnam and Flagler counties for their share of the full building renovation project cost, which you very well know is $6,500,000. That's it. Any questions?
Well, thank you, Dr. Smith, and brought the to help us to understand the nature of your work, and we respect that. We really appreciate all your efforts. Just kind of like I said earlier with the lane management, and I don't say that they're essential in a sense that others are not, but I think there is some descriptive ways of describing different departments and what they do. Of course, medical examiner's office is essential. Not only essential, it is a public safety department, and it's also state required. Of course, it's unfunded requirement from the state for the very purpose of safety. So this is a entirely funded by general fund department alongside with sheriff's office and a portion of our fire, with the exception of some CIP projects that we're utilizing impact fees to support the expansion. I do want to note that for 2 years, we requested a state earmark for the expansion because of the regional nature of the expansion. And last request was approved both by House and Senate, but got vetoed by the governor at the end. So we did not receive the $7.5 million that we had requested. I think we asked the board to support, and the board made a very decisive decision to move forward with expansion without waiting because the need has been overdue. And so we have to do something about it. And so Wade and his team has been very innovative in terms of how we fund the CIP project immediately. And that probably involves some bond, commercial paper. I don't know the magic behind it, but we are able to move forward with it. And Dr. Sneed has a good point. We are going to seek reimbursement from the other 2 counties for their portion of the cost when it comes to really anything that's operation related. And the CIP can be amortized for operational costs. So the $5.6 million has already been budgeted last year and it's ongoing. We have preliminarily reviewed all the CIP projects. So the 1 million is definitely in running with all the CIP projects. I think at the end of our 2-week session, we will have a special session just on the CIP, but we recognize the importance of it. And honestly, I do think from my perspective that alternative is not acceptable. So not only we're talking about efforts, we're talking about the safety of your employees, not only the hazard of moving heavy object around, but also the exposure to the radiation. And the alternative of not having it is no longer acceptable because, you know, in comparison to other items, maybe more of a quality of life. And the other thing I want to mention is the impact it has on the recruitment and retention. I think when Dr. Snee got here, she, you know, really tried hard to recruit the assistant director. And we understand how tough that labor market is. There's just not that many qualified candidates is laying around for us to pick from. So we almost have to kind of go around the country and beg and for us to have the right person to be in place. And I think having the right tool, right resource to support the work that you do is a big part of recruitment and retention. So you have been able to do it without, you know, the right space, working out of a closet, having a handheld x-ray and all of it. So that's kudos to you for your leadership, but I think we have to back up with the right equipment for you to do your work. So absolutely seriously noted on the need for this. That's really my comments. I don't really have any questions. So Wade, do you want to get into their department budget?
Sure.
So the medical examiner's budget is within the general fund, and then within the general fund, it is under public safety. And then we can get into there. And this is their operational budget. So again, program description, the revenue, including that tri-county agreement where each county pays their proportion of the funding. I will say on this one, the graph looks a little funky only because the reimbursements, if you go down into the data, the reimbursements are in there as negative expenses. And that's just how we've been accounting for it for all of these years. You can see that those are increasing from prior years, partly because of the capital equipment here. That's the x-ray and the autopsy tables. So the net St. Johns County funding is just a little over 2 million. And that funding is from the general fund, with the exception of whatever grants are available and approved. So just to kind of highlight, and I won't go into that page, the building expansion is in the public building impact fees, 6.5 million this year. There is a request for an additional 1.8 for next year for additional renovation of current space. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because we're using our impact fees, we had met with the county attorney's office, and as far as the cost of that facility, we would also be requesting reimbursement from the other counties for that facility. So, but that reimbursement, because we're paying from impact fees, would go back into impact fees. So you'll see that over there.
I do have just to kind of touch on the topic of the fees. So and this is more for the benefit of the people who are seeing this, Dr. Snee, among many other directors, we got together kind of as sort of a roundtable and talked about our upcoming budget and expenditures and revenues and the discrepancy and how we can solve that. And fees is definitely one of the topics came up, repeated among different departments. And I do think it is time for us to implement some sort of indexing in the fees so that our cost of services, even though we can never recuperate the cost of services just by collecting fees, I think it is a financial responsible thing to do to keep the fee up, just like our impact fee, just like any other fee, our utility connection fees and water rates to keep up with the cost of providing the services. So that is something that we'll definitely seriously look at across the board as well. I appreciate your recommendation of looking at maybe biannually keeping up with the updates. And honestly, we kind of, it's not funny, but think about that, the cost of cremating and medical examining a body in comparison, the fee that you charge was $50 for cremation is really largely disproportionate to the amount of time and effort that you have to do. I just have a quick question about, and I don't know if it's a Wade or maybe Jesse. So I'm seeing on your slide, our divide amongst the three jurisdictions is now 27, 43, 30. Is that an increase or decrease in terms of the percentage differences? Do we need to update our interlocal agreement to reflect that percentage?
So the interlocal agreement updates each year based on the prior year's activity and percentages. So it is an annual.
Okay.
It
We
is an
take
annual
the
update.
3 years, make an average, and that's what gets multiplied by the cost.
Yeah, yeah. And it seems like our percentage has decreased over years. And I think that is also, and I don't want to read into it, we talked about it with your annual report, but I do think it's a reflection of St. Johns County's safety measure and how we have supported the public safety. So our overall safety rating has gone up, and also our fire rescue and sheriff's office, the way they have deployed Narcan to support the drug abuse, really become less of a dominating reasons for your
Correct.
for your services. Yeah.
Yes.
So with that, Jesse and Brad, anything to add? Questions?
No,
I'd just like to, Dr. Sneen, what a great job she's done. Since she's been here, we recruited her from West Palm Beach, and I mean, you've done a magnificent job, and Kelly, and we appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. My staff is amazing. It's easy to do these things when you have a staff like I have. We're only 13, but we're mighty.
Square. Yeah, no, you have a great team. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take George.
Oh, okay, the name. All right, George.
I think you have some.
Sure you want to think about that one. That's, yes, he's gonna be returned to them.
Right.
Hey, how are you?
Just not fire trucks, right? Yeah.
I have all vehicles.
I think that, fit in that lifesaver. You think about that, we're looking at all that one. I think hurt.
Joy. It's smart to get the fire department here right before lunchtime, because they're over things.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
They can help you.
That's our big sandwich in there.
You just want to go right to the last slide?
Just go to the bottom line and get out of here.
Let's go.
We actually find it. That's the problem.
There's a lot right there.
There's a cloud.
Ready? All right. All right, so we'll run through our presentation here real quick. I'll do some highlights about the department, quick overview for those that are unaware, where we're kind of sitting now, and then we'll move into our budgets. For those that do not know, we do have 5 budgets in our department that we manage. So we'll go through each one of those. So real quick, where the department stands right now, currently have 18 fire stations that are staffed 24/7. 4 more on the way for public safety expansion plan. First one to open will be Station 21 in Flagler Estates here, probably by early summer. And then not really too far behind that, probably end of the year, beginning of early next year, will be the Silverleaf Fire Station. Currently, as we sit right now, combined certified personnel and civilian personnel, we're at 525 FTEs across all of our individual areas of the department. And then we do have the seasonal marine rescue personnel that are actually starting to come on now for our summer season from Memorial Day to Labor Day. So they are a temporary staffing for us in addition to our 8 full-time marine rescue people that are on year-round. So I like to tell people we're a multifaceted department. We cover a lot of different areas. We're not just fire and EMS, which is the most things people see and know us for. But everything there you see on the screen is everything that we're responsible for that these budgets support. Fire and EMS are obviously the 2 major ones. We do automatic and mutual aid agreements with our surrounding partners in counties. We're responsible for hazmat calls, urban search and rescue calls, which include specialty rescues, our marine rescue call volume, 42 miles of coastline, just beach side. I think people forget we're surrounded by water on both sides. So we have the beach side and the intercoastal river side that we're also responsible for. We do several special events over the year in conjunction with City Fire. We're also responsible for 911 communications to our dispatchers, public education. We have a whole public education section that does our schools and our fire safety stuff. Our fire marshal's office, which is responsible for our inspections and investigations side of things. We have a whole logistics section that keeps this big beast running for us, and supporting the men and women out there in the field that are doing the job every day. We also do our own EMS billing that brings in revenue to the general fund through our EMS billing collections, and then obviously our administrative support personnel for the administrative services. So quick brief thing here for the last 4 years or so. You can see our call volume has slowly been increasing over the past few years. We're just under 70,000 calls for fiscal year 2025. If you look at that, it kind of corresponds with the next slide, which is the county population that's been increasing since 2021. Just under 370,000 there. What that doesn't show, that does put a demand for service on our department, is all the tourists that come through here every year. So that number is not accounted for there. So we are an expensive operation. I think that's pretty obvious. So what I'd like to do real quick is what's the return on investment that we're getting out of this? Obviously, there's a lot more to what I'll highlight here, but I'm going to hit some of the big ones recently with some of the support that we've had in previous budgets, especially with the addition of our Medic 1 and our Medic 2 positions, which is our highest level of medical response capabilities that we have on the street. So we've had 240 cardiac arrests, with 44% of those regaining a heartbeat, and 18% of that were released from the hospital with neuro activity intact, full neuro intact, so no deficits neurologically. When it comes to putting us in reference to the whole state in this field, we're the best in the state with those outcomes. The national average for neuro intact recovery is 8%, and again, we're at 18%.
sitting right now. And a lot of this is with the help of our medical director, Dr. Batista, and his aggressiveness and training and support. And then the county support of our EMS services, especially with the Medic 1 and Medic 2. The big things with the Medic 1, Medic 2 addition is we have the ability to give blood in the field now, which has seen tremendous benefits to patient outcomes when it comes to trauma calls. To date, we've done about 32 field blood transfusions, with 90% of those being critical patients that survived at the hospital and transport and care to the hospital. So it's been a great asset that's worked really well for us. And it will continue to, as we continue to look at that and expand that program. There we go. It's a little slow. So again, just to highlight some other areas that folks are probably unaware of with some of our other sections of the department. So our fire prevention, public safety, or our public education side, you know, we've done over 3,000 students trained in hands-only CPR through a partnership with the school board. We've done 327 community events throughout the whole county, engaging with approximately, you know, a little over 46,000 civilian members in those programs. What else? Oh, so, you know, elbow tree and our mental health stuff is really taken off. That's been a great asset for our department as we address the mental health and wellness of our firefighters, and with the support of the county, that program has continued to grow over the years. And it's expanded just from, you know, from initially it was just firefighters. Now we've expanded to immediate family members, and retirees are also covered now in that program. And we've expanded onto that with some of our, we do some mental health and fitness breakouts in conjunction with the elbow tree, which are kind of separate group things. We do virtual reality immersion training that we're using AI and virtual reality for. And we're actually in the process right now of filling our health and wellness coordinator, which was a position that was added last year to our FTEs into this budget, which will help with sleep, diet, coaching of our personnel in that realm. We're currently in interviews, getting ready to start interviews for that position right now. Training, you know, as we expand with this public expansion plan and the rate that we're doing, it's important that we keep up with the training of our personnel. We've invested a lot of time and money into training. When we come to command training for our high-level supervisors, our lieutenant ranks, we've really started to focus on with high-level training for them. Just some real quick numbers, you know, staff hours right now, we're almost 89,000 hours of fire training, 8,500 hours of EMS training. And over this past year, we've added 4 new engines, a new aerial truck, 3 new ambulances. We completed the bunker gear project, which was the second set of bunker gear that was part of the health and wellness initiative from last year's budget push, last couple of years. That has been completed. So most everyone has 2 sets of gear at this time, which helps with the cancer prevention initiatives there. As I mentioned earlier, stations 21 and 22 are under construction currently, and stations 17 and 10 are currently in renovation and design to do some renovation for those 2 stations to expand their services. So I think it's important to highlight too, obviously over the past few years, you've seen increases in our budget as the years go by. I think it's important to show just a quick, what's the cost of doing business for us? There's been a significant cost of doing business for us over the past few years. I believe if you look, that says fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 27, you can see the cost increases over several of our different areas there and the percentages there. Obviously, like I said, with the mental health expansion, as we add people and expand those services, obviously there's going to be an increase there, plus the cost itself is going to go up. You know, you'll get 195% cost of doing business increase with that alone. I think the other 2 to highlight from that graph would be the fire engine and ambulance costs from 23 to 27 and where those have landed over the past few years. And the other big ones, if you look at the firefighter onboarding costs, have gone up to almost $20,000 from $7,200, which is 173% increase in cost of doing business for us just to onboard a brand new firefighter. So I just wanted to highlight those things real quick to show kind of what our costs, what's happening to our costs. And the one that was really surprising was our stretcher costs. for all of our rescue units. It went from 46,000 to 66,482. You know, just under 50% increase in stretcher costs. That's not part of that individual ambulance cost. That's part of just the equipment cost and stocking the ambulances.
That's real quick, the onboarding cost went up by 173%. What's the primary cost increase in that?
So when you look at uniforms, bunker gear, the dual bunker gear, we separated out. So medical clearance and physicals, that's the annual physicals we're required to do on everybody. So onboarding has a medical clearance and physical portion to it also.
Okay.
So basically, when you look at time to train them, equipment, gearing them up, get them the uniforms and their equipment, that's just been an increase in those costs and the equipment and outfitting costs pretty much is where that's come from.
Okay.
Any other questions on that side?
This is really helpful.
So I'll start with my FTE requests for this upcoming year. In total, we're asking for 35. 30 of those will be for Beach Walk. The Beach Walk station, which is currently in design phase right now, and construction should start pretty quick on that. That station is going to take 30 firefighters to operate, so we're asking for the 30 firefighters for Beach Walk. And then in addition, I need some administrative staff in the headquarters building. So we're asking for a logistics deputy chief. So right now there's only one chief over logistics, and logistics is kind of that's what supplies and gets everything out to our people. If logistics isn't working, then the street's gonna have a really hard time functioning. So I need another level below him. So he, currently Chief Schatzel, section chief of logistics, needs basically a helper to help him in there. And that's where we're gonna put a deputy chief of logistics to help him run that section. Need to add a training captain and a training lieutenant to our training division. Again, everything we're asking for FTEs this year is in response to the public safety expansion plan to support that plan and make sure we're adequately ready to go when this thing's completed. So all these positions really tie directly to the expansion itself. Again, the training captain and the training lieutenant position, we need more training staff as we add more people to the department to maintain just current required training, in addition to all the leadership training that we're trying to expand to our different levels of supervision.
At the completion of expansion, how many stations and how many firefighters are we talking about for these new requested positions to support?
So I believe the public safety expansion plan had 105 new FTEs at its completion.
Okay.
There was no administrative staff component that we set aside for that.
Yeah.
So we probably need to add a few more positions in the administrative building by the completion of the expansion. These are needed now to help keep the expansion moving forward without getting us behind.
So that's 20, so you had said earlier 500 with some change FTEs. So that's
So it'd be 22
25%.
stations when it's all said and done with the 4 to the 18.
Yeah, that's a one.
And then so almost 600 FTEs,
Yeah, so that's a 25% increase.
pretty close. Yeah.
Adding 1/5 of workforce. Okay.
And then, so those top 3 positions would be certified positions, certified firefighter positions. The logistics technician and the EMS billing technician would be civilian positions in the admin building. Again, logistics tech is to help our current logistics staff with all the demands that are coming into logistics right now. And then EMS billing, obviously as our call volumes are going up, our EMS billing is getting a little bogged down. It has to have one more person into that to continue to collect those revenues that come in from the EMS billing, which is a pretty high percentage of what they bring in. We'll move into the individual budgets now. This is the fire budget. Proposed for 2027 is about 86 million for fire. That's budget 1224. And again, the 1224 is the one that's supported by the ad valorem taxes and the millage rate. That's the only one out of all the budgets. I believe 23 of the 30 are assigned to this budget for the Beach Walk firefighters coming out of this budget. So a lot of this is going to be, personnel staffing. So That's all, I'm gonna highlight the percentages of our budgets and each of them that go to staffing and personnel. So this is almost 80% of this budget is almost strictly going to staffing and personnel. So basically it's like 20% to run the operation. So our personnel costs are high. And we obviously, as we discussed, we have a lot of people. So again, that budget's going to personnel and staffing, our PPE, and health and safety initiatives, mental health, maintenance, our leadership education, and our apparatus replacement program. That's a continuous ongoing project there. And this is pretty close to being a flat budget from last year. It's not much, any of an increase. I don't think from where we were last year. It's hard to calculate with the carry forwards and everything else from last year, but it's pretty relatively flat. EMS budget, just under 28 million for the EMS budget. Again, there are some FTEs that are funded out of this budget, which comes out of the general fund. So 83% of this budget is dedicated to personnel and staffing. So again, part of Beach Walk, I think 7 of the 30 are in this budget for Beach Walk. And again, a lot of their stuff is we have a lot of contractual obligations that have to be maintained. Now that we have the blood products, that's cost. We do a lot of paramedic school sponsorships. There's a shortage of paramedics across the state and in this profession overall. So we've been able to get a lot of our people through paramedic school without having to put that burden of cost on them, which has been a significant help to us, especially when we start talking about promotions and qualifications there. And then again, our ambulance replacement program is also part of that. Marine Rescue, the budget for Marine Rescue for 2027, proposing about 2.6 million. Again, that's a lot of this for them is staffing. I think 73% of this budget is staffing for them. There's a lot of beach, a lot of patrons on the beach every year. That seems to go up and up and up. A couple capital equipment items we're putting in this budget for this year is beach response vehicles, and we're asking for another permanent lifeguard tower that we did last year. That's at Milano. It's more of a permanent structure that we would place at the St. Augustine Beach Pier for them this year. So the communications budget for next year, we're asking for about 3.3 million for the comm center. Again, 81% of that budget is for personnel and staffing in there. And really, that's our biggest cost in there. Most of the equipment, like we are doing the console replacement project that was recently approved to update their dispatch consoles as part of the refreshing their equipment in there. So it stayed pretty flat from what it did pretty flat from last year's budget. So again, a lot of them is the personnel costs. And the final budget that we have under us is the interoperable radio system. It's 3.7 or about 3.7 million for next year. Basically, the primary mission of this whole budget include there's two FTEs that work under this budget, and they support basically the care and maintenance infrastructure of the 800 megahertz radio system. The only thing significant that we're adding into this from last year, like I talked about, the update consoles are coming, dispatch consoles. We need a generator replacement, and we're asking for a portable trailer generator system that we can transport to our tower sites in the event we lose a generator, especially during storms or some type of outage in one of our towers. We can tow this generator on a trailer to get power back to our radio system. So when you combine all our 5 budgets together, we're looking at 123,705,923 for fiscal year 27. That's all those combined together, which is relatively kind of flat from where we were sitting last year. So not a really big adjustment on that end. Any questions?
Yeah.
Chief, I just want to kind of note on your FTEs, especially for their beach walk. It is 30 FTEs split amongst the two divisions. And you won't see the full annualized effect of those FTEs in this budget because they're proposing to hire them beginning in January. So there is some annual savings this year as a result, but then as those positions are on board and then move into fiscal year 2028, you'll see an incremental increase even if we didn't add any additional positions because of that. So,
and that keeps in line with our hiring practices, so that that works perfect for us.
Wait, do you want to go?
Sure. I'll touch on 5 of them real quick. All right, so EMS is part of the general fund. Partly funded from their ambulance fees, which do not fully support. I believe they're about 12 million in total. So the remaining comes from general fund property taxes and other revenues. Outside of any grants, state and federal grants that they pursue. As Chief mentioned, they are heavy on the personnel side in many of these areas, and you can kind of see that visually here. And then also in the line item information as well. So yeah, very, personnel intensive. We'll stick with the general fund on the, there we go, communication side. This is the E911 dispatch. This is also within the general fund. However, it's not solely funded by the general fund. There's a transfer from the fire district fund for 50% each year of that annual budget. And again, very personnel intensive. And you can see the line item information as well. The interoperable radio system is, I guess, not as personnel intensive with only 2 staff, but it is very heavy operating intensive to maintain and improve the radio system, that maintain the towers. You can see the biggest expense really is in their contractual services related to the maintenance of those, the towers and the equipment and all that goes along with it. Down to, so the fire district fund is the largest fund. Again, this has very capital intensive. This has 23 of the 30 new positions related to beach walk, as well as some of those other administrative positions. This page will look a little bit different as it's a standalone fund. So you'll see a little bit different graphs here, and we'll kind of walk through. Here's historical revenues and expenses, and then this is a comprehensive fund summary where you can see all the revenues, the breakdown, alongside all the expenses for each year. So this is kind of a new feature we have that we're rolling out this year. So here are the revenues related to the fire district fund, with property taxes being the largest revenue source there. There are some grants and other intergovernmental funds revenues available, but again, primarily property tax is what funds the fire district. This is just FY27 revenues by source. You can see the percentage here, 81% funded through property taxes. And then line item detail of each revenue source. And then we get into the expenses. This is by department. So there's really 2 departments here within it. Operation side, and then there's really transfers and reserves on the other side. So again, line item information available here. There you can see the reserves are increasing somewhat, which is good. Good joy, because we had mentioned, I think even starting last year, we added the emergency reserve within the general fund, but when we do have hurricanes or other emergency events, fire rescue is the biggest logistical operation during those events. So with that comes, a high cost related to the personnel on the ground.
I do wanted to just on that topic, I think we do need to discuss what is the right amount and or if we can achieve 1 year with a multi-year approach, how many years we would like to continue to put away emergency funds so we can be prepared in an activation scenario where we have your staff compensated for, obviously, with all the operation costs that should be self-contained with the district. One thing I do wanted to kind of mention, or at least just point out, is the increase in the reserve in light of the board's transfer of the general fund millage to fire district. How much does that contribute to the increase in the fire reserve?
So yeah, I don't know what that exact number is, but it does contribute to that increase. And part of that is kind of planned as well, because there is the beach walk station coming on again. That's not the full annual effect of those operations this year, as well as the planned that station behind it, Rivertown. So, yeah, and we have seen some savings this year, or projecting some savings at least this year on the salary side. So that's helping contribute as well to some of that increased reserve.
So relief is fully staffed, or at least planned within the budget.
So reliefs, people are already hired in the system.
Okay, in the system, and so we are requesting 2027 to partially fund the beach walk and then the Rivertown. Of course, Flagler Estate's already fully staffed. Okay.
So out of the 4 stations, half have been already onboarded and are part of the system already.
Okay.
So we'll have 2 more stations staffed.
Okay, and then the reason for the stacking of the FTEs in advance to the completion of the project is because of the training requirement. What would you say the leading time for the staff to be in place prior to the completion of the project?
So the pace that this expansion is happening is it's hard to outgrow our experience a little bit.
Yeah.
So there are time requirements before you can start promoting through the system to the officer ranks. So to make sure we can hit our quotas of officers that will be needed as these stations open and expansions happen, we want to onboard them as fast as we can, as early as we can, to start the clock on their ability to test for promotions, so we can try to keep up with the pace of officer promotions that will be. So for example, we brought 21 people on early. Theoretically, if they were qualified, by the time that station opens, they would be ready to test.
Okay.
So I'd say, a year or less, 8 months to a year, probably, if not a full year, to get them in the system, to get the clock going, to make sure we can hit those promotions,
Okay.
which would be the biggest thing there. But
Yeah. I know we're probably not ready to look at a worksheet, but we have been looking at our year's budget and the projection on the reserve. So I don't want to be overly optimistic on the reserve side of it with $17 million at the end of 2027, considering that we have more than 1 station to be staffed in our years. So this is my assumption, if we look at next 5 years, our reserve is not going to be sustained at that level. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we can continue to model that out, but yeah, that's the assumption right now.
the other qualifier I'd add to the bringing them on early is there is a shortage of firefighters in the state.
Sure.
And we want to try and grab them when we can, especially when they're getting out of schools, to get them in the system before anybody else can grab them. So
Sure.
it's a combination of those 2 things.
Sure, and I understand the need for it is a domino effect that they not only you are hiring entry level, you also have to prepare for the time for the higher level position, which is only going through a very rigorous promotional process that's prescribed in your union contract. But the reason I brought up the 17 million is that in consideration of potentially proposed alternative schedule through the negotiation, also the concept of setting aside emergency response funds, I just want to be reminded that $17 million is not what we're working with, because this is artificially inflated without looking at the projected new employee needs in our years. Yeah, it would be great if we can set aside, because I know in the past storms, each storm, we probably spent $2 to $3 million just on the fire activation. I would say we probably start with somewhere 4 to 5 would be a healthy place to be at. If we can this year.
Yeah, we'll look at that and see where we can land with it. We can do it all in 1 year, or we can have a multi-year
Yeah.
approach to it.
The other thing I forgot, so we're still on staffing and personnel costs. We still are actively pursuing safer grants to try and help offset some of that cost on the initial onboarding and getting the people in the system. But those are hit and miss.
Very
They're
competitive.
very competitive, and not guaranteed they're always going to be funded.
Yeah, when was the last time we had Safe for a grant? Was that Flagler
The
State?
Flagler State's firefighters are funded under SIFR. We did not get selected for the silver certification. Assuming they release a SAFER this year, we will certainly apply for it, but it has not been released.
You would apply for Silverleaf again or Beach Walk?
We walk for Beach Walk. We would apply for Beach Walk if they release one.
Yeah,
And you have to apply before they're onboarded or before the?
I think we would apply, well, yes, you can't apply for positions that have already been hired.
Okay.
So as long as we haven't actually hired them, so theoretically before, January.
Okay.
well, the Safer grant is also temporary, so it only funds 3 years of your staffing costs, and it'll go away. So eventually, in terms of sustainability, it still backs on general fund or county district fund. And in addition to that, understanding the application process with Flagler State, the affluent nature of the community is working against ourselves in terms of seeking federal funding, because the funding itself is not becoming more scarce compared to what it was before.
All right, moving on just to the operating side, you see the total operating, they're about 13 million, and just kind of want to point out that there's 2 lines within here that really are not anything to do with operations other than because they have a millage in the fire district fund and they have property taxes. There's 2 lines here that are essentially, commissions to the property appraiser and tax collector related to having that millage rate. So that is a couple million of that 13 million operations. And then, and then there's the capital component here as well. This looks like initially a big decrease. But again, this is prior to any kind of carry forwards of what might not be fully completed from the current year's budget.
Yeah, and I think probably worth noting capital initiatives. One is the fire training facility, which was funded by the state legislature for 7.5. We're in the process of have identified the land and the process of the planning and design. Anything, Chief, you wanted to add to that? And then what kind of outlook we're looking at?
For additional funding?
For the fire training facility in terms of time frame and what we can expect.
So hopefully here, I think in our next meeting, with the design group, we're supposed to get a projected cost of our phasing, our different phases in there. So we'll have a really good understanding after that meeting of how far the $7.5 million is going to go to get us towards our phase 1 desire. I believe when we first put in for 15 million for that project is what we anticipated it would be. We got half of that. So we're still working with that $15 million request overall to complete the training facility. So hopefully here within the next week or 2, we'll know how far that $7.5 million is going to go, and then we can plan from there on what those future costs will be.
Yeah, and then the reason I wanted to mention Rivertown is that Rivertown, even though it's been projected as a part of the master plan of expansion, currently the capital project is not funded through a bonding program. So we're looking at in the next 2 or 3 years, identify about 15 to 20 million based on the cost of the construction that we're looking at today to build that station, in addition to the staffing. And so those are I think, a financial obligation that we could plan for in the next few years, really next year or 2. Yeah.
Yeah, and finally, Joy, on at least on the fire district fund, this is just a representation of all the expenses by each of the categories here, along with what fiscal year 27 looks like currently. So one more budget is in beach services. This is marine rescue. this one. Very similar, personnel intensive. There is a decrease for this year, I'm gonna assume for some capital, reduction in capital. That's. Yeah, a little bit of a decrease here. And just kind of to note on the revenue for marine rescue, so this is within the beach services fund. The beach access fees do not fully fund all the operations within the beach services fund. That fund is supported both by tourist development and the general fund. Tourist development statutorily cannot be used for any public safety purposes. So the marine rescue portion of that shortfall is funded from a transfer from the general fund. And that's
Covers all the funds.
yes, all
Okay.
the very complex. 5 budgets really within three different funds, and even within those funds, the funding sources of them are a little more complex than normal.
Well, I wanted to thank Chief and your team, of course, the efforts of accepting the challenge of expanding a large organization like yours in such a rapid rate, in such a short period of time to respond to the needs of the community. I know it is not only a financial challenge, the real challenge for you all is to have the right staffing, to right quality and credentialed people to respond to all these emergencies, from fire to medical. And not only you're accepting that challenge, but also you're doing it in such a way that is providing a quality of service that is unparalleled to any fire departments in the state of Florida. I don't know about the nationwide, but I know your Met 1, Met 2 is some envy of other departments throughout Florida. One joke we talk about is like, if you want to have a heart attack, this is the place to be because it's highest rate of survival. Thank you for your medical director. So I wanted to recognize the challenge of you as a leader to face that challenge and then accept it. So we appreciate you. Yeah. All right, we have 10 more minutes. Shall we? Anything else? I'm sorry, Bessie and
Yeah, sure.
should we do exercise? If we have to. Sean's here.
Sean and Joe's here.
Sean is here, yeah.
We've known this was coming. All of our surrounding counties, in fact, other parts of the state have been paying significantly higher for many years. So we've known it's only a matter of time.
Does that include cremation?
Yes,
That's gonna go up too.
yeah. Well, that's what it's
Yeah.
indigent cremation. That's what, yeah. So, I will say though that they wanted to institute that now, but they were very agreeable until waiting till the beginning of the fiscal year because I explained we had not budgeted for that this fiscal year. And then the last request is technology related. Part of our initiatives within social services is trying to get away from paper. So we are trying to migrate any forms that are on paper into electronic versions. So sort of like when you're in the doctor's office and you check off all your HIPAA and things like that, we really want to start trying to migrate that way with our clients that are there seeking services.
I just got a message says we were muted. Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. Independent agency funding, as you know, several of the local nonprofits seek funding from the county each year through our independent agency funding opportunity. And it is done through a competitive RFP. We are requesting to maintain the funding level at the same as last year. What we know right now, if you'll recall, I asked for an increase last year because the state and the federal funding levels were unknown at that time. This is what we know today. 4 agencies have reported state and or federal funding losses at almost $900,000. Again, the state budget is not yet finalized, so we don't know. Several of them, they have special projects. We just don't know where that's going to fall at this point. So I am asking. It is Betty Griffin, St. Augustine Youth Services, Council on Aging, and Epic, I believe. So that's just where we're at today. As you know, they are the ones that are the boots on the ground. They're the ones that are serving our vulnerable population. And we can't have a thriving community if we don't have thriving citizens.
Mm-hmm.
So I respectfully request to maintain where we're at.
Okay. And is the funding loss that we're anticipating primarily operational?
We're talking losing entire programs, especially with St. Augustine Youth Services,
Oh, wow.
mainly their coaches program.
Okay.
Mhm. Moving on to housing and community services, again,
Before
Okay.
we go on that, I wasn't sure if we have another slide for the independent agencies. And I don't know, we're gonna talk also about that in the community services. So I have received a request for, of course, the impact that the board is gonna consider the funding support for this fiscal year. And also there's request from the Children's Behavioral Consortium and the
Yes.
impact group to continue to support
It
the
is.
impact, which is for children's behavioral and resiliency at a level of 350,000, roughly is what I recall. So I don't know, that's probably gonna come up again
Yes.
in our next
I
community.
did program that into, and that's why it says maintained. It has fallen under the independent agency, just in a
Okay.
separate line item, and that is programmed in just like it was last year.
Okay. And I also received a request for additional capital support for Homeless Coalition for their phase 2 expansion in downtown of St. Augustine. So I think that is at the level of requested 150,000. I don't know if that you have received the same request.
I do not, however, we're in a blackout period right now, so I
Okay.
don't know what they're gonna be asking for. The applications for independent agencies were just released on April 27th.
Okay.
They're not due until May, so at this point, I don't know if they are doing an application for that or not.
Okay. I don't know that's part of your application process, or it's a additional budget request for phase 2. homeless campus.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Housing and community services, again, continue regular recurring operations at this year's funding levels. I am seeking to reclassify an existing housing specialist position to a senior housing specialist position, mainly to align with the other divisions at HHS. Social services has a senior who serves as a backup support to the social services manager when she is on vacation or away from the office. The CBC also has a similar structure. Housing is growing, the programs are growing, and so the housing manager does need some senior support. So again, it would just be reclassifying an existing position for then which staff could apply and interview for. There's a slight increase of maintenance and fuel due to we are taking on a surplus vehicle from another department. Right now, the only vehicles in housing are assigned to the 2 housing inspectors. So it leaves the manager without a vehicle because they're in the field a lot. And then we are requesting an emergency rehab fund increase by $50,000. We are starting to see a lot of immediate needs, mainly from senior citizens and long-term county residents that are needing immediate services. Yes, we have the SHIP rehab program, but it's a process to go through qualifying, and some of these needs are urgent and immediate to protect them and keep them in their homes. And this is the last slide. As you know, we have the Community Development Block Grant and the SHIP program. We have our projected allocations. SHIP is right at 2.4 for the upcoming year, and CDBG is at 1.2. We do have the Section 108 loan coming out of that to support the development of the Hastings Community Center and Library. And then the CDBG, as you know, generally also helps to support some public service programs historically, like the West Augustine Kids Zone, Alpha Omega in the past, programs of that nature. And then SHIP is obviously, that is the only funding source we have for rehab. And then we have the down payment assistance and some other programs out of that. So those are state and or federal funded programs.
Okay. Do you see any jeopardy of losing either one of them?
Not at this point.
Or decreased?
Not at this point. In
Okay.
fact, our CDBG is, we got a little bit more of an allocation this year, only like maybe 100,000, a slight increase, yes.
Good. And then remind me, the Hastings Community Center and Library occupies 50% of your CDBG grant?
Yes.
Around $500,000?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. And that's going to be what, 10 years?
10 years.
Okay, 10 years. Okay. So we really only have the remainder to distribute to
Correct.
nonprofit organizations,
Correct.
which you always get more applications than what you have funds for.
Correct. And we do take planning and admin out of that as well to help support, pay some of the salary of the staff that works on those, on that grant.
Okay. Very good. We'll jump into, wait, do you want to jump into just going through the departments and looking at line by line?
And there are several different areas and different funding sources, but we'll have each of the areas.
While we're getting into it, congratulations on the accreditation.
Thank you.
That's an arduous process, but the challenge is great. So that kind of forces us to look at the operation against the best practice standards, and of course you will be accredited. You're the standards.
All right, so starting with social services, they're within the general fund. What's the next? So there it goes. Breakdown of their expenses and then their line item expense detail here. With all of their client services broken out below. HHS Community Support, these are the independent agencies. This is kind of this might be a little bit outdated list of the agencies we probably need to review and clean up. And I think there was some one-time funding in there last year, and that's why you see that decrease. But as Shauna said, she is requesting, flat funding related to it. Also from the general fund, so, this is supported by property taxes. This is a small one. This is kind of an out there one. It's requirement. Is that correct? Medicaid participation, we've budgeted about 350,000 each year. So yeah, just kind of HHS related.
What is that $350,000 to? For the Medicaid expenditures? Is that a cost share of Medicaid?
I think that was for,
Is that the indigent care that we, as part of our policy?
It tells us how much we have to pay.
But it goes to our local hospitals to support the indigent care.
The
Low income, yeah. Which is UF now. Correct. Okay.
All right, housing and community development is also within the general fund. And visual of their expenditure categories, and then the CDBG program is within the housing department budget as well, so you'll see that in here. Again, part of that annual funding currently is going towards the loan for the AFP Community Center and Library. And then moving on to the special revenue fund areas, we have the CHIP fund. This is fully supported by grants. You get one each year and you have 3 years to pay it down. Okay.
Correct. Encumber it and expend it, yes.
Again, revenue detail, as you can see, grants, the carry forward there is just unexpended grant funds from prior years. And then the detail of their expenditures. And then finally, community-based care. I have a bad heading. I'll have to look at that. I doubt it though. All right, again, community-based care, also state and federal grant funded.
The 5-year contract with the state, and we just recently renewed.
July 1 of 2024, so it'll go through June 30th, 2029.
And I think we have seen slight funding increase over time.
Yes, but the legislature has tasked the department with finding an alternative funding formula. So that has been in the works. So I don't know, that is still being worked on 2 years later. It's not finalized, so we're still going through that process. So I do not know what that's going to look like. They're trying to get to a per member per month sort of paying per child. And so they still have a lot of bugs they need to work out on that, just because no child is the same in the system. Some of them have significantly higher needs than others and do cost.
Okay.
So that is going on currently.
Gotcha.
And we finally got to the community-based care details. So here you can see grant revenue primarily. There is a match required from the general fund, a very small amount compared to what the grants we received.
Prevention.
Yeah, and then line item detail of that operation. Up to almost the 15 million.
What's the match? What's the match for?
The match amount,
170.
almost 140 for fiscal year 27.
Yeah. Because I wanted to point out, outside of the nominal matching compared to the total contract, it is entirely pass-through self-sustained program. Even though St. Johns County is the only local jurisdiction offering the same services throughout the state of Florida. But because of our size, and I think a few years ago, we implemented a centralized service recuperation for St. Johns County. So the contract pays for centralized services as well, which is more than a match amount. Yeah. Okay, anything else? Any questions? Brad?
Good job.
All right, thank you all. Thank you guys. Joe, you have anything to add? Okay. Thank you all. Thank you.
That concludes the morning session.
Welcome back. Oh, what, one?
Sorry. Some of us need a little extra encouragement.
Okay. All right, go on and watch.
Get back.
What is she? For what? Community development?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
All right.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Wayne Larson. I'm the Director of Public Affairs. And on behalf of the entire Public Affairs team, thank you so much for this opportunity to share our department story and our budget request for fiscal year 2027.
It's been a little bit of a lag at times.
Our department operates from 4 divisions using the 6 priorities of the county strategic plan as the foundation for proactive communications, new public outreach initiatives, all in an effort to build and foster community trust. Our department has evolved during the past 3 years. We began operating as a local news agency here in the community, and then we launched our IMC efforts to connect all of our communications together under one umbrella. And we've now transitioned into what we call IMC 2.0, telling the stories of the people, places, and programs that makes up St. Johns County. Our IMC 2.0 people, places, and programs has featured the families and communities of our county, the special and unique locations of the community, and the services and partnerships of our organization, while still communicating county information to the public. Here's a recap of our department. Over the past few years, we have become a special event producer, planning a variety of activities, and we have assisted with new public education initiatives. This is highlighted by the tremendous amount of special events we organize and public outreach campaigns that we've helped facilitate or partner with in the community. The Citizens Academy has been a tremendous success. Our media relations efforts have produced an incredible amount of stories and content, as you see the statistics there. This is highlighted by the fact that we are averaging about 1 new story per day, either on our website and or in media. And it's not about quantity as much as it's about quality, but the quality of stories that our team continues to produce is averaging about 1 story per day over the past few years. We have seen growth in our newsletters, both in subscriber numbers and in tactics. The team has collaborated on new ways to connect with the community and keep them informed. This is highlighted by our new live broadcasting of BCC meetings on social media and this series of budget workshops, as an example, and our new podcast program called County Conversations. We have deployed new strategies that have resulted in unprecedented digital expansion and engagement with the community. This is highlighted by the explosion in our social media creative content and the new community connections it has generated. And I won't read them verbatim, but you can see the phenomenal statistics, the number of views, followers, and engagers across our core county platforms on social media. We have seen a tremendous increase in the demand for our staff's time and county facilities with a variety of meetings and events, both inside the auditorium and in the rotunda. And we have expanded our production of public education videos. This is highlighted by the team's proactive efforts over the past year to deliver features on numerous CIP projects and programs, and their effort to assist the supervisors of elections with training videos for election staff, as well as partnerships with other constitutional offices over the past year plus. We continue to drive traffic to our website for expanded information on county resources and information. And we launched our new internal intranet to help employees stay informed. And our staff has continued to address the unfunded federally mandated ADA Title II compliance ruling with a current deadline of April 2027. This slide illustrates the extraordinary reach of our efforts that we have seen, from traditional TV, radio, and print media in the Jacksonville market, to statewide publications, to various digital and local outlets, to government industry communications, and even local social media influencers. All of them are using our media releases, our web content, our videos, our photos, and more to help tell our story across their platforms. For the next few slides, I'd like to highlight the obstacles and opportunities that will impact our fiscal year 2027 budget. As I mentioned earlier, the unfunded federal mandate to have all county web content and related digital tools ADA compliant is a challenge. The current staff we have is doing their very best to address a large volume of non-compliant content that has been accumulating over the past several years, and various digital applications. And we are seeking additional resources to assist to address this federally mandated ruling. To plan for next year's SJC Day in Tallahassee, an internal task force has been assembled. OPA is planning resources within the budget to assist with the legislative PR activities and a variety of event operations and tactics. The committee will continue, though, to seek corporate sponsorships and community partnerships to offset the budget impacts of that event. On a much smaller scale than the federally mandated ADA compliance ruling and SGC Day, there is an opportunity for our department to partner with the school district's Communications Academy, who we've sat on their advisory board for the past several years. This program will afford rising seniors the opportunity to gain experience and skills training for their next steps in their careers or in college. And finally, I wanted to share the other initiatives we plan to launch in 2027 that have no budget impacts. New media relation strategies at the top, using key takeaways to maximize generative engine optimization searches for county content through AI-assisted web searches, bringing the county's content to the top of search results. New water conservation efforts with our partners and utilities to support them in addressing the requirements of the consumptive use permit they have through the St. Johns River Water Management District. Expanding our SJC 101 program to begin a new Alumni Alliance effort to keep graduates informed and engaged in county information. Producing a new stewardship series on the culture and history of the community, and a new Inside SJC 2.0 series to keep that award-winning program going. And of course, our new studio will be done soon, and we will produce a variety of multimedia content from that production house. In summary, our budget will continue to support all 6 priorities of the strategic plan. The budget will launch our IMC 3.0 efforts with new communication tactics I mentioned a moment ago. And it is a reduction in our overall budget through savings in our CIP requests over the past year or so. Specifically, we are asking for resources to aid us with the unfunded federal mandate of ADA accessibility with an entry-level compliance specialist to help navigate those new waters and make sure that our web content and mobile applications are as compliant as possible now and into the foreseeable future. Operational funding to support the annual SJC Day in Tallahassee, and funding to provide rising high school seniors with a paid summer internship in our department. In closing, I wanted to bring to your attention the award-winning work of your and the community's Office of Public Affairs. In 2026, we were presented with the Certificate of Excellence in Communications from a state association, and this is the second consecutive year the team has earned this award. Following 2 national awards we earned in 2024 and a state PR award we earned in 25, this year we earned a top award for our marketing efforts when it came to marketing the Inside SJC series to educate the community about county services and county programs. And finally, despite the team's successes and recognitions, we continue to pursue certifications and credentials to be the very best we can be for the county and the community we serve. This is a summary of the professional growth achievements we have received, staff is completing, and that we have planned in our budget for 2027. This concludes my presentation. I would welcome any questions or conversation, and on behalf of the team, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Well, thank you, Wayne. That was really great. I do wanted to thank you. I think we have, as a team, we have great aspiration to open up how we operate to our community, to our residents, to our neighbors. And I think personally, your arrival, your expertise, your credential, your experiences from other jurisdictions have made that possible. You assembled a team of experts, wonderful team members, really opened up the door for us as an organization, as a team, to reach out to our community, but also for our community to be able to reach back to us. Perfect example of your multimedia outlets through social media, through TV, just recently instituted YouTube. You have the 1-minute series to show people how we operate in a very short amount of time. And you and your team go to the community for different events, for different opportunities to get connected and engaging our residents. I think that's foundational for the trust building, and that hopefully that our residents see as clearly as we see it every day. And the amount of effort that you and your team put in is not to be understated. So congratulations on the award. Awards, there are multiple of them and well-deserving. Also doing such a way that is financially conscientious and achieving savings, even you're doing more of it. So with that said, we'll get into our department budget. We will go through that and we can sort of get into the weeds of your operation.
Yes, Public Affairs, Office of Public Affairs within the general fund. It's considered a general government operation within the general fund, so just kind of categorizing that there. Here are the visual of the expenses, and you can see the increase really is related to personnel services. As Wayne mentioned, there's a request for an additional FTE. So that kind of really goes through that increase, and really the operations are fairly flat, across the board, even, decreases in some accounts and offset increases on others. So, yeah. And then, no capital requests for fiscal year 27. So also total budget reduction.
The one FTE, I know we're probably going to get into the expansion of all the FTEs and the 1 of the sessions. You wanted to kind of expand that just a little bit?
Yeah, it's an entry level pay grade 16 or 17, entry level position, compliance officer, if you will. I know some departments have empowered that recently. This would be a digital compliance specialist in our web division to assist our current staff with mitigating the unprecedented amount of non-compliant content we have on our website that, by no fault of anybody over the years, we've accumulated. And one simple explanation is just the quantity of PDFs that are not accessible by our community. And so our current staff has begun to weed through all of them. They've completed about 5 to 20 departments they have to manage. They haven't even had time for capacity with other web responsibilities, internet responsibilities, the golf website, to address such things as mobile applications and third-party applications. So anytime a department wants to use a third party who has a mobile platform or an external website, our team would like the ability to work with that department in procurement to make sure that that vendor is meeting basic ADA federally mandated Title II compliance requirements. And so that's an example of one of the tasks that this compliance officer would have, would day in, day out, be in the weeds of managing compliance needs of this unfunded mandate by the federal government. Currently, the deadline for all counties and cities with a population of 50,000 or more has been extended to April of 2027. But despite that deadline extension and the deadline that was April of this year, our staff's been working on this for many years, but just hasn't been able to make full compliance just because of the sheer volume of what we've inherited. Again, by no ill intent of anyone, it's just old technology, old ways of putting information on the website, and they've done their very best to do this. We feel that if we have this entry-level position as a compliance specialist, they can work hand in glove with every department representative to help them make sure their inventory and materials compliant now, but in the unseeable future with any new content they post, third-party applications that they use. So it's an entry-level position. And I would like to add also that we've got a line item in our budget to hire a subcontractor that would help us make very, very large documents that are old PDFs compliant. We would reduce that in half if we're able to get this FTE. So there's a give and take there. If we're able to get this FTE, we'd be able to reduce that line item, which I believe is currently requested at $50,000. We'd be able to cut that in half by 25 if we're able to get this FTE. The thought being this FTE could do the day in, day out, smaller PDF, smaller digital application work. And when we came to a department that had huge planning documents or legal documents, we could still use staff to do that, but it would not be the best use of resources. So we would offload that to the consultant to have them handle those very large 100-page type documents. So again, getting this FTE, there would be a reverse of a little bit of savings in our operating dollars in that line item from 50 to 25.
So, you may have already looked into this. Sounds like this position's job load is very upfront. There's a lot of rectifying the erroneous way of doing that. Again, like you said, it's not anybody's fault, but it wasn't required. So it was just the way it was designed. Now we're being imposed upon ourselves with a timeline, a deadline to get into compliance with the federal laws. Would you say this job is more temporary in nature, or would you say that is more of a permanent job? And if it is temporary in nature, now maybe it could be temporary for 2 years or 3 years, would it be better to hire a third party or temp staffing or a contractor?
My opinion is that this challenge set forth by the federal government is in perpetuity.
Okay.
We have the current content, which is, and as one of my slides earlier showed, the staff, just in the time that they've had, have addressed more than 1,000 issues, PDFs and other kind of documentation that need to be addressed. And that's only about 1/4 of the departments they've yet to address. So this person, we would be tasked with helping navigate the current content amount that we have. And then there could be many, many more years of addressing third-party applications and other document accessibility issues. We could, if the administration wanted to take smaller steps towards this versus approving an FTE, we could hire a temporary person and see how it goes to help mitigate the staff load and resources and see how that goes. But to answer your original question, I see this as being a never-ending story in perpetuity, because it's something we're going to have to address forever with our content. And we don't know what sort of third-party applications, new contracts, new digital information that departments want to put on the website that we'll need to make sure is ADA compliant. I will say that a part of the reason that the federal government suspended the deadline of April 2026 and extended it for another year, if you look online at the articles, you'll see time and time again that they cite lack of resources and lack of staff time from those cities and counties being asked of this unfunded mandate. So they extended it to 2027 to give cities and counties with a population of 50,000 or more time to get those resources and be able to address the issue.
Yeah, and I don't have a conclusion whatsoever. I'm just curious about all the options. So what could be the most cost-effective way and still, of course, meet the compliance requirements? Thank you. Any other questions? Asia?
No, just want to thank Wayne and his team. They come through for us no matter how unique the ask is or the shortest deadlines. They always pull things out for us, so we appreciate all they do.
It's a lot of work. Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
Great team.
Thank you, Wayne. Community and destination development. All right.
Hi, how are you?
Are we on? Yeah.
Control or you can control slides? Sure. Just the arrows. Just arrows.
We're on? No, okay. Well, yeah, we're a little ahead of time, but, well, I think we prefaced by saying that this is actually fairly new department, that this is a kind of effort to consolidate some of the departments that have similar requirement for resource, but also has opportunity for leveraging your leadership. And so this is Office of
Community and Destination Development.
Okay, so we're developing destination, we're developing community.
Yep.
And that's a combination of tourism as well as CRAs
Yes.
and other communities, and other communities. Okay.
Yeah, so this is Community and Destination Development, as Joy just mentioned, is one of our newer departments. This is actually the second budget year where we'll be having a designated Community and Destination Development Department budgets. And what we've done to create this department is we've taken some of the functions from around the county, we've put them together, and the idea was really that these different aspects of community services go together and it'll help to provide better efficiency and better streamlining of services, both for kind of internal when we have different departments that we're working with for projects, and then external as well for our different community representatives and partners that we engage with. So primarily, the responsibilities of this department include our tourist development tax revenue funds. So we oversee the 5 cents that are levied for bed tax. And that brings in about $24 million in annual revenue. That is the bulk of the budget of this department. It is largely TDT funded. The other programs that sit within this department are the Florida Museum of Black History. We received last year a $1 million grant from the state of Florida for the preliminary design of this project. We also have an Art in Public Places program, which is a relatively new program that we are getting up and we're developing and establishing, and that's going to be overseen by this department. And then we have our community redevelopment areas and our Main Street partnerships fall underneath this department. And so our CRAs obviously have their own funding, and our Main Street programs are funded with general fund revenue, because they have been in the past. So those are the areas we're going to cover here.
And we're going to start with tourist development tax revenues. So TDT revenues, just so we're all on the same page and thinking about the same things, these are governed at 2 levels. So they are most high level governed at Florida statute. We have 125.0104 kind of gives us the outline of what we can levy and how we can utilize it. It also says that the county has to have a plan put in place in order to expend these funds. And that is County Ordinance 2024-42. That's our plan and our bed tax ordinance. The county is currently eligible to levy 5 cents of bed tax, and we do in fact levy all 5 cents of bed tax. The revenue that is collected from bed tax does have to be spent on qualifying expenses, and those qualifying expenses do all have to be tourism oriented. So we're not able to do things like pave roads and make septic or sewage system improvements. It has to be tourism focused and really in the aspect of bringing tourists to the community. So our plan, our ordinance establishes 5 different categories of use, and those are shown here in the table. We have destination marketing is category 1, arts, culture, heritage is category 2, leisure and recreation is category 3, category 4 is admin and special uses, and category 5 is beach assets. And the number that's below each one of these categories represents the amount of funding of those 5 pennies that are allocated to each of the categories. So kind of as a point of note for the tourist development tax budget, we get a lot of input from the TDC on the budget. And so we're at the very beginning of the budget creation phase for these dollars. And the plan is that we will be taking the initial budget request and the revenue projections to the TDC at our upcoming meetings in May and June. We have a TDC meeting on May 18th, and we let the TDC give us some recommendations on how they would like to see these funds utilized in the upcoming years. With that in mind, staff goes ahead and looks at a variety of things as we're looking forward to TDT. And one of the things we look at is our historical revenue collections. Because tourist development tax, we are making those projections looking forward. And we do that usually by, in part, looking back. And so this table shows what we've been seeing for the last few years. It goes back to fiscal year 22. And you can see in fiscal year 22, the very bottom row on the chart shows that we had really, really good per penny growth in fiscal year 22. And some of that is because kind of counterintuitive to what we were thinking with COVID when it was a social distancing stay-at-home program. People here in Florida found warmth and sunshine, and we're a really good outdoor destination. So our growth for 21 and fiscal year 22 were very, very impressive. Kind of then as we sort of normalized out, we being the world, right? Society, the world, we kind of normalized out, figured out how to live with this post-COVID, and then COVID kind of settled down as well and became less aggressive. We kind of saw a drop in our bed tax collections down to something that was a little bit more normal with that 4.5%. And then the last 2 years, 24 and 25, we've really seen a pretty much flat, no growth. And kind of the idea there is that we saw a whole bunch of growth in a short period of time. And really what we were doing was we were working and holding on to that growth, which was pretty impressive because a lot of destinations saw a retraction. They shot up really high and then they lost, in some cases, 15 or 20% of that growth. So we did a pretty good job of being able to hold on to it, but we really didn't see that continued growth. We saw more of a flattening out. If you go to fiscal year 26, over here on the far right-hand side, you will see that this year we've collected through March. That's what's been reported to us. There is a delay on the reporting of bed tax because it gets collected by the accommodations. Then that's 1 month, and then the following month it gets turned into the tax collector's office over the course of that month, and then in the 3rd month they report it to us. So the most recent numbers we got are March, and we just received those. And you can see here that little plus minus shows you if it went up or down compared to the previous fiscal year. And so for this year, overall, we've been doing pretty good. January was a little bit of a rough spot for us, but we're doing all right this year.
What do you think will contribute to the January variation compared to the past
You know,
years?
if you look across the state, it just kind of dipped down a little bit. The winter was a relatively mild one, except for we had some pretty intense cold snaps. And so you always have,
Well, Nights of Lights,
It was Night of Lights.
maybe it was Nights of Lights. I mean, that might have been part of it, but we did see a reduction across the county all the way up into Ponte Vedra, which usually is less impacted by Nights of Lights. And then, like I said, if you look at numbers across the state, January was a little bit of a slower month for the state. And so a lot of times it's hard to say, but yeah, a little bit of Nights of Lights, a little bit of weather, and then a little bit of probably larger economic influences at the national level. People get scared. We were, on a international scale, we had some beginnings of some intense situations that played out in a few months. So oil prices, stock market, there's all sorts of things that come into play here. All right, so looking at those numbers, what we are thinking, what staff is thinking as these initial revenue increases for next year, and then looking at this year, we are suggesting that based on these numbers that we adjust the fiscal year 26 revenue. We usually adjust it as we go. We're looking at probably about 1.5%, but may go up a little bit. In the actual approved budget, TDT was 3%. It showed 3% growth. So the goal would be to get it to that 3% and just kind of track that as it goes month over month. And then looking forward to 27, what we've been playing with is the idea of holding that 1.5% increase over to the next fiscal year. And so again, looking at that in context of this chart here, you've seen we've really had no growth for the last 2 years. So we're being a little bit on the conservative side here for the next 2 fiscal years, or this year and next year. So with this 1.5% increase for 26 and a 1.5% increase for 27, we are looking at an anticipated total TDT revenue collections in fiscal year 27 of about $23.8 million. And that revenue will be allocated between those 5 categories as is dictated by our ordinance. And again, those 5 categories are shown on this slide as well, just as a reminder to everyone. And the numbers below them are how many of each of those pennies go to which category. So looking forward at how we actually budget each of these categories. Each category is more or less its own fund, right? So we have our own pot of money or our own bucket for each of these categories. And there is a definition in the ordinance that tells us how we should use each of those buckets of money. Destination marketing has some existing requirements or contracts that are in place, and those include our VCB Core Services marketing contracts, our VCB Core Services contract, and they do provide marketing support services for us underneath that contract. And then we have a separate tourism marketing contract, which is also with the VCB, and the VCB provides oversight of a subcontractor named Tinsley, our marketing agency, for those dollars. And then we also fund the Cultural Events, Inc., which is the amphitheater and the Ponte Vedra Concert Hall. We have an existing contract with them, and their contract is partially funded out of this category as well. For category 2, we have the Arts, Culture, and Heritage bucket, and we have an existing contract which is funded from category 2 for the Cultural Council, and they provide us support services that are focused more at cultural programming that has an underlying tourism purpose. And they provide oversight to our Arts, Culture, and Heritage Grants program. And we directly fund the grants program out of this category. And then also the Cultural Events, Inc., so again, the amphitheater folks, they receive an allocation out of category 2 as well. Category 3 is for leisure and recreation. These funds are predominantly spent internally. We use them for the support and expansion of our parks facilities and other recreational amenities. For next year, we are looking at including expenses or revenue for expenses for ball field maintenance, water access, so maintaining our water access points, our boat ramps, and our artificial reef maintenance program. We do have some artificial reefs here in the county, and the Army Corps of Engineers does require that we maintain those every year. So we have a little bit of money towards that. We have a sports marketing grant. And so this is a grants program. It's a competitive grants program that is funds a variety of really athletic events, mostly any kind of ball type event. Although we do have some that are a little bit more outside the box, like wrestling. And then a little bit of funding goes towards supporting the Parks and Recreation Department staff who are working on these functions. So again, those tourism support functions.
For category 4, this is our admin and special uses category. And I would say this is everything, and the kitchen sink goes into this category. So we've got a little bit of a lot of stuff going on in category 4. We fund our visitor information centers. We do have 3 of them in St. Johns County. So funding for each of those comes out of category 4. We provide funding for our holiday lighting program, which is Nights of Lights, as well as fireworks. We provide funding to both municipalities, one for New Year's Eve fireworks and one for 4th of July fireworks. Then we also provide funding for the city of St. Augustine's beach shuttles and their special event shuttles in general. So they've got their circulator shuttle, the Star Circulator Shuttle. We provide them a little bit of funding support out of this category as well. There is an allocation for Cultural Events, Inc. The amphitheater folks, they get a little bit of money out of this category. And then we have TPC support. We are TPC support as well as tourism department staff. So we have a number of different things in category 4. Category 5 is one of the categories that was added shortly before we added our 5th cent. We've tweaked this category a little bit through time, but it is now dedicated towards beach assets. And underneath category 5, we pay for different beach operating expenses, beach access maintenance, which is our boardwalks, and some money goes towards our beach renourishment projects. So like I said, so this kind of gives us a sum of our categories for TDT for our bed tax. And we will be kind of coming up with a more refined budget and letting it be weighed in on by the TDC here, starting at our May meeting, which will be next Monday. And then they'll give us a little bit more refined insight in June as well. And usually we try to get a recommendation on their approval, either in June or if need be by July. All right, as I mentioned, another project that sits underneath this department is the Florida Museum of Black History. St. Johns County, we did receive that $1 million state grant. We received it last summer, and we've been working on getting all the grant requirements, that initial startup paperwork, and all the requirements in place. And we've done that this year. So we are working on the RFP now, and the RFP will be for a consultant to come in and provide a variety of services, including identifying museum support amenities. So that would be in the original state language. There was some general guidance about having banquet space, performing arts space, having statue gardens. And so those were kind of their overarching suggestions of what a museum might include. We're looking for somebody to look specifically at what we offer in the surrounding area and to tune us a plan that works for us, so that we're not saying, oh, bring in a banquet space of 500 for 500 and that doesn't really fit the area, or put somebody else out of business. We're going to try to tailor the plan to our community. Once they do that, they will be working on taking that information and turning it into a museum master plan. And then once we have the master plan, somebody will come in and make us beautiful architectural renderings so we can see what those buildings will actually look like. We will also do a phase 1 environmental analysis to determine if there's any concerns for the property, whether it's wetlands or any sort of chemical contamination or historical buried artifacts, whatever that might be. And then there's some money in the grant as well to cover the county's administrative costs. So as I mentioned, we're currently working on that RFP. We expect to have the RFP probably out within the next month or so, and we'll be up and running. And although we will be working on it well through fiscal year 27, we don't actually anticipate that we'll need any other county funds in fiscal year 27 for this project. Arts and public places. This is one of our new program initiatives. We have been working with the community for a number of years to have different types of art displays in different areas of town. This here is a picture of the mural that was recently painted on the side of one of the buildings in Hastings on the main street. Last year, I believe it was last year, we created, in 25, we created a funding source for arts and public places programs. And we've been exploring and working with the community on some ideas for what that program will look like. And we are looking to continue the funding support for that project into next fiscal year.
I do want to just pause here for a second. I would say this program, which we talked about how we're gonna start some funding allocation to anticipate the future needs of a potential public art program. I don't want to sort of narrow the program to just the visual arts in public spaces. Is the intention at the time, and I think continually will be our purpose and goals, is to promote public art, period, which is what you have been working with the St. Johns County Cultural Council for a master plan for public art, which I think hopefully the intention will meet the recommendation that is public art that would include visual arts in public space, but also performance arts and music and any other type of art form that is promoting public interest. So I just want to make sure I add that, so I don't have anybody have misunderstanding this is just about mural or sculpture in public space.
No, I think that's right. And what we have done in the past is we've done mostly murals. There's been a little bit of three-dimensional art, but it's mostly been murals. And the idea was that starting to actually provide it funding would allow us to expand and do more interesting things. Not that we don't all love murals. This one is absolutely beautiful. But if we have a little bit more funding and kind of a focus of that funding, that we would be able to step it up to the next level and do more interesting things.
Yeah.
And then last but not least is our CRAs and our Main Street Partnership programs. So we do have a variety of folks who fall within this category. So many so that we are going to invite them to come out to our May 20th budget session and let everybody give us input and let us know what their requests are. Just as a reminder, we have the West Augustine CRA, the Volano Beach CRA, and the Flagler State CRA. And then we have 2 main streets in place, and that's our Volano Beach Main Street and our Hastings Main Street. And so, like I said, we are working on a budget for each one of those areas as well. We've been working with the community on that. And we are going to invite them out to share with you their information and their requests on the May 20th budget session. And I'll be back for that one as well.
So pause on that real quick. I kind of want to give a little bit of a context of the transition of CRA programs, which originally was in Health and Human Services Department, to now the newly formed Community and Destination Development Department. I think it is really truly a reflection of the change of the characteristics of our community. In the past, the 3 CRAs, and at the time we didn't really have Hastings, but Flagler Estate, West Augustine, and Volano. Primary focus with the CRAs was social services and human services and how we can support disadvantaged population. I think it's also kind of testimony to the thriving success of these communities, and now it becomes more of a broader mission of continue to help these communities to thrive, grow outside of just social and human services programming. So it now is expanded to infrastructure development, to beautification and art development, which I think one of them is the monument where we're potentially going to be across the street from the Peace Park that we're developing West Augustine. So I think our focus has now broadened because of the success of these communities. I wanted to just kind of have a little editorial there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually my last slide. So if you want to keep editorial.
Well, we'll editorialize that when the CRA folks come back, and so we can try to congratulate them. Yeah. Well, thank you. I do wanted to kind of just touch on the TDC so that we kind of are on the same page, because we had some conversation about the CIP from the tourism development tax funding source with the 5 categories. Of course, you know, our understanding and really the goal is to continue to maintain and promote our tourism assets, and I include existing tourism assets, and also continue to find opportunity for product development, which is creating new assets, like when we talk about the history museum for the Black history, and also we talked about the Waldron Family Park, which is a boat rank and regional park for potentially our residents as well as our tourists. You know, I think, of course, you know, our exceptional assets, we do have downtown St. Augustine, our beach, our natural resource attributes to the success of keeping it flat, because we did see a huge spike. But at the same time, there's a lot of human element has attributed to the flat and sort of the maintenance of the growth that we were able to capitalize on during COVID. And that attributes, of course, the VCB. I want to recognize Susan Phillips, who's the CEO of VCB, the continued success of promoting St. Johns County as this exceptional tourism destination in the whole nation, really, or internationally, really. So congratulations to you as well. But our challenges is going to continue to grow as we continue to look at a strategic planning of maintain, promoting these assets, and at the same time capture the opportunity to develop new ones. I would say we, in the next few years, in the category of building new assets, the main maintenance challenge for us is the beach. We have overwhelming amount of the beach asset maintenance requirement, and that was very visionary of the TDC and the board to establish category 5. So we have a designated category to address those needs, except the needs are so vast. So we'll have to put our heads together and think about how do we prioritize these essentially coastal management projects outside of just beach services, but how do we tackle the South Ponte Vedra program, the project, which is the partnership with Army Corps, and we're looking at $90 million in the next 5 to 10 years. And we're looking at the Corpus Point, which is another beach stabilization program, which a construction cost of $20 million. I'm talking about Summer Haven, which has a multi-fold strategies to stabilizing and promote the area as not only a tourism destination, but also a eco resource destination, and that can be very costly. So I think the challenge is in front of us for the TDC board, for our board, and for you guys and all of us as a team to prioritize the amount of the limited resource we do have for these asset development and protection. When it comes to other types of assets, I would say museum, of course, is a priority that has been established by both advisory council and the board with a understanding that the majority, if not all, the investment is expected to come from the state of Florida. Of course, that is very uncertain, very unknown. So we don't know the outlook of that project may look like it's going to cost. So we know in neighborhood $80 to $100 million at this point with a $1 million planning. So not nearly and even enough for the planning and design. So that is something to keep in mind. And Waldron Family Park / previously known as San Sebastian River Regional Boat Ramp and Park is our next priority when it comes to capital improvement project to relate to the tourism and recreation. So how do we prioritize, again, competing kind of with the very similar pots of resource for different projects, and those are the needs have been identified by the community. So yeah, challenges is definitely disproportionately larger than the resource we do have. I would say the next 5 to 10 years after, if we can be strategic about tackling the assets that we're talking about today, I would say next big thing would be St. Augustine Pier Park master planning. That plan had been done conceptually, so to speak, with unidentified funding source, and it potentially has an impact on city of St. Augustine Beach and St. Johns County as a whole. So there is a lot of moving parts and variables in the Pier Park area that would include the city's civic center, I would say, with the dance studio and the art studio, as well as our marine rescue and fire station at the corner of the parking lot. The demand for parking and the demand for improving the use of the park, I think, is upon us in the next few years. So that's something we will have to be very mindful in the next few years as we kind of plan the funding source. Of course, huge success with SJCCE's P3 partnership and the one and only partnership that we have. And we're seeing the thriving success and then just the
lovely feedback we're getting from our community. Not only the music venues of Ponte Vedra Concert Hall, which is now, I think, the stereotype, the type that we're gonna go after for any type of music venue that's indoor, that is community bedded, but also amphitheater. Both of them have been nominated and received multiple national, international level awards. And I think we're anticipating something really special for Ponte Vedra Concert Hall in June. So we'll look for that, but also for Mosaic Music Festival and Sing Out Loud now has been placed on the international map of the venue of the year to go to with such a deep and rich cultural significance for St. Johns County. So I think that is also really our priority for continue that partnership and strengthen that partnership. There's always going to be financial expectation in terms of how do we maintain that and continue to improve that. So there are a lot of priorities and flat funding. So we have to figure it out how we can do all of it and continue to improve the quality of our tourism and destination. So that's really kind of, I just wanted to put that out there on the table to recognize the challenge and also the great job, the team, and the team is really the community, our advisors, our board, and Tara, you and your team, Dina, as administrator of the TDC, are doing to juggle all the needs and figure out how we can meet them, not one at a time, but meet them all at one time and still maintain a balanced budget. So. Thank you. Anything else? Anybody else? Oh, Jesse's page. So, do we want to go into the general budget?
Yeah. Actually, this is deserves some attention as well. So, we'll start with the general fund portion, which is just the community development portion. So this part includes the historic Black History Museum funding, as well. I think Tara, what you said, some of the other Main Street programs that are not affiliated with CRAs at the moment, right? So here is the funding visually. Here is the line item. Again, you can see this just was initiated this year. In the current year, the budget for the next year is over here. We want to really focus more on the tourist development tax fund, because this is one of the funds that I mentioned this morning where funds are not completely balanced. So there is one of the categories here that has a negative, does not have enough funding for the requested expenses. And we'll go through each of those categories, but it is category 3 is the one that is deficient at the moment. So category 1, destination marketing. This is the VCB funding as well as the SJCCE. VCB here, SJCCE, and this account, and really not much other expenses. You can see this one is balanced. However, there is a reduction related to the level of revenues that are coming in order to balance. I believe, Tara, it's the same for category 2 as well, correct?
Correct.
So this is the Cultural Council, among other programs, and SJCCE as well, from our contractual obligations there. The reduction here appears to be primarily in the Cultural Council funding. Is that correct? Okay. And then category 3, this is the one category. So you almost have to look at each of these as their own little separate fund, even though they're all part of the Tourist Development Tax Fund, because they maintain their own, revenue and balance of that revenue along with any expenses. And right now, the recreation, and primarily because of their capital improvement project requests, are at a negative balance, about $900,000. And I would actually recommend, if we get to that level, that we actually have quite a bit of a reserve in here, because this this category does transfer 750,000 to debt service for the most recent bond, related to the park, so. Debt service obviously has to be paid first, so I would request an additional reserve balance if revenues do not pick up in the next couple of years, that we have that reserve to pay the following year's debt service, so. Category 4, administration, this is the staff and all the operational expenses, some of the other miscellaneous kind of support items throughout the community. And then, as you mentioned, Joy Beach assets, this one does have a, kind of on paper, a pretty good balance. But we know there are plenty of bigger things coming in the terms of beach projects that balance does not support fully. So again, it is a oncoming issue that we'll have to kind of see how we maneuver through, I guess. So, and then the CRAs are also within their own fund. There. So again, we have 3 CRAs, Flagler Estates, West Augustine, and Milano. Here's the funding revenues. So the revenues related to each of these CRAs are taxes. So that really is just for kind of education. These are funded primarily from general fund ad valorem taxes that would otherwise go to the general fund, but with the CRA, they're diverted specifically to this area, to these programs. So that's the primary funding source, along with the expenses related there. And each of these CRAs, well, 2 of the 3 CRAs, Flagler Estates is not currently, are repaying the general fund for prior year's debt service that the general fund had to pick up related to kind of post recession downturn. So. But yeah, here's each of the 3 CRAs.
And do we have a separate session for CRAs? Yes. Okay,
Yes,
so we'll talk
okay,
in
yeah,
detail
so-
about it, yeah.
Right.
Because I was gonna ask about the road project, but we have a different session to talk about it.
Yes.
Okay. And first of all, on CRA, I think that there is also a spectrum of things are being requested by the community, so we can talk more about that.
Okay.
Yes, yep. So May 20th, we will go through the 3 CRAs and the 2 Main Streets budget requests on the 20th.
Okay.
Okay, sounds great. What's the time frame for the public arts master plan? Do you know?
They're supposed to be finishing it up. The consultant, they're working with the consultants. They did an RFP a little over a year ago. The consultant's done a variety of interviews with different people in the community, public meetings, and they reached out and had some questions, but they're supposed to be fine tuning their plan to give to the world. So soon.
Okay. All right. Do we cover all?
Yep, that's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then some, I guess, CRAs. What else? Again.
We'll have We're so comprehensive, we can't cover it in one session. There's definitely a lot of unmet needs in terms of TBC, because we're not balanced.
Right.
We want to do more.
Are we good?
Thank you for your ideas.
Appreciate it.
A supportive call.
Nobody saw.
So my HR issue for you.
Oh, I was really-
So that's our outer bag for your session. We talked about how much need you have for diesel management and how little money we have. That's what we see earlier.
Well, I was following the, fire rescue, so I have some number sheet from fire rescue
All right,
here, stuff that you were asking this morning.
yeah.
Just. Okay. Right in there.
All right.
Pretty easy. Same kind of slide they did last year, just kind of an overview of the 3 different departments. And Wade, you were kind of talking and bringing up their job. Do you want to do that for each department or just at the end for all? of them?
Whichever you prefer, if you want to stop and take a look at each part.
I went 3 slides.
Andrew's got to go back and forth, so.
All right, we'll do the 3 slides pretty quick. Just
Okay, yeah.
we'll find you very sure. So Joy, we'll go through over what we are, same kind of things. So the 3 departments underway, little umbrella, emergency management, which is the EFC, coastal, and then animal control. So we get into emergency management. I can give my glasses so I can't see from the screen. So some of this is the bigger budgetary highlight for us. If you can recall, we hired a company called Quality Engineering, helping us with lifting homes. It was didn't cost us anything, kind of like a pass through, and we go and actually lift people's homes. We actually seeing the fruits of that labor now. A couple of years, we got 3 homes that are actually that qualified. They're going to be paid with FEMA funds to be lifted in the North Beach area. So it was the first round of those projects. So it's really good news. And we have a couple more going, and we're continuing that process. So just to say that, our EOC continually works multi-year projects, and our budgets, kind of reflect that. So next year will probably be some different amount of money because we'll be a kind of pass through as we go through this. It's not county funding, but we're the government sponsor of it. We're also always looking into new technologies and efficiency. So one of the things that we've done last year here is went to a web EOC instead of having it in the servers. It's kind of more web-based. Yeah. So we're constantly looking for improvements along the way. So it's going to help us be more efficient with the state and internally. So always looking for good stuff. Another big thing that we did this year was Gavin worked with the school development line, did a full reunification exercise with them. It was actually a pretty good exercise. We went with the St. John River. It was moving students from affected school to another school and the families with the students to go through that whole process. It was either a really good job of putting that together for the full day exercise. Very complex, and it was really well received. From the funding perspective, we're not looking at any additional FTEs. We're fully staffed, so there's nothing there. From an operational cost, I wanted to make sure that we understood our cost, our budgets change year after year significantly, only because a lot of projects kind of run through us. And so some years we'll have huge looking budget, and some years it's very short, very small. And it's basically because of those projects can move in and out of our lines. But there is some uncertainty with the feds and the state when it comes to grants. And so we're not exactly sure every year what that's going to look like. And so that, I would say, helps us operate our operational costs from those 2 grants, the state and the fed grant. And so depending on how those shake out every year, we've had them for many years, but there's no guarantees for the future. And so I just want to kind of highlight that we're funded this year, but next year we don't know. But that's kind of how it is every year. From the recovery side, I just wanted to highlight, and I did it from last time I sat in this chair to now, instead of doing the calendar or fiscal years, because it's kind of hard to look at it that way. But from last time I was here, we had $8.3 million in reimbursements that's come back to the county from projects that we've had since Matthew. We have 5.6 million that are approved, just waiting to get the payment coming in. So I would say in the next couple of months here, if not less, we'll actually see that 5.6 million. We also have, and it's not showing on here, that last number there. Maybe we can fit the screen. That's fine. It's we have almost $15 million that we've submitted for reimbursement through the state and the feds that are going through some various levels of approval. So that's coming back probably within the next year or so. It just depends on how they go through that process. And then I heard this morning when you were talking to fire rescue about the emergency fund and what that cutoff looks like and what that's supposed to be. So I just want to throw some numbers out so you can kind of get an idea of what it looked like. Matthew cost us around 51 million in just that storm alone. And if you're going to break it down, it was about 15 million in debris. And between the EOC operations and fire rescue, just for personnel, it was a little over probably $2.5 or $2.3 million. And now you're going back to 2016 dollars, but in that kind of inflation numbers. And I got through some other ones in Irma, cost us almost $28 million for the total storm. Debris was 13 million in fire rescue and EOC operations, which is just shy of $2 million. So kind of can give you an idea of how much that costs. The sheriff's office between both of those was $1 million and $2 million for their operations. More recently, Milton cost us $28 million in total storm damages. And if you kind of look at personnel costs with just the activating EOC for a storm, say 3 to 4 days, 5 days, somewhere around there, you're looking around $2 million between fire rescue and the EOC and county staff. So that kind of gives you an idea of what that looks like.
Yeah. Do you like the idea? Because we talked about each storm, we're looking at 2 to 3, which sounds like it's relatively ballpark compared to what happened in Matthew, Irma, and Milton. Of course, multiple storms oftentimes. Do you think a 4 is a good level to start with?
For just personnel?
For personnel.
I would say so.
Fire district.
Are you talking for fire and county or just?
Well, the county has already established 20 for last budget year, and we're planning for another 9 to 10 for this year. So that will be in the general fund. But for fire district, it needs to have its own designated emergency funds, and their activation is paid differently, and as you know. So we're thinking about establishing emergency response line just for the fire.
So I would say on a small kind of storm, 3 to 4 days, you're looking, a large part of what the numbers I was telling you is fire rescue.
Yeah.
You're looking at $1 million, you look over $1 million just for a small storm.
Yeah.
And only really kind of go up to the Alpha Bravo for maybe 24 to 36 hours.
Yeah.
So anything longer than that, doubling that cost. So
Yeah.
2 to 4 is probably a more safe number.
Okay.
And if you have to cash flow it for, say, we had 2 storms or like an Irma Matthew situation.
Yeah.
Because we don't get the money back quick.
Right.
So they take us, especially time and have to go through everybody's stuff. It takes 2 or 3 years to actually get that money back. So,
Yeah.
2 to 4, I think would be a good number.
Okay.
And then just an overall, since Matthew, we've had about $153 million in projects, storm-related projects, and to date, we've been reimbursed around $93 million of that. And so the bigger cost of the end here is these last couple of projects that we'll talk about when we talk about coastal. There's 2 or 3 projects that I've talked about that are around $40 million that we just haven't executed yet. So they're in that 150 number. They just haven't been put anything into them yet.
Okay.
So that's kind of EM in a nutshell. Right into animal control. So we do have our numbers for what we've our operational numbers. So 25, and then I want to put it to year to date. So if you kind of look at it, our adoption, rescue, and spade and neuter for both cats and dogs, and about 10,000 calls. 25. If you look at year to date for right now, we're on track, if not exceeding some of those levels of service for the community. So it is a very busy operation, and then adding the additional officers last year is going to help. We've hired one. I think we're one more is on the way or
Actually
tired.
started today.
Started today, yeah. So, that's gonna help. And then, working with the sheriff and how we wanted to kind of offset some of those after hours, different times. It's been working. I expect some of those numbers to creep up. From the operational budget side, now we're fully staffed, so we're not asking for any additional FTEs. The next two bullets, I just wanted to kind of put out there because it could potentially affect our budget, depending on how the procurement kind of shakes out. So we're using our veterinary services contract, and so we have to go back out for procurement on this. And so depending on what that looks like, can be significantly different what we're requesting, and we just don't know what that's going to look like.
Right.
And a Shelter Pro is also a tool that we use to gather information and has a lot of things for us. That is also something we've used for a very long time, but with procurement rules, it's kind of forcing us to go out to procurement again. So we don't know what that's going to cost. It's not, say, hundreds of thousands of dollars, but we're pretty pared down and in control with the dollars. Any $10,000 change here there is pretty significant for us.
Right.
So we don't know what that's going to look like, but that's going out now and kind of going through that process. So that might change as we come back throughout the year what that's going to look like. We do have 2 capital improvement projects. I know we're going to talk about that later in the budget hearings, but just wanted to highlight it for here. We have one for additional staff requirements, because we have no space for them. So our officers are basically living out of their trucks. And then one for kind of a quarantine area for our animals. If we prioritize, we're looking for the space allocation for the people first. But we'll talk about that later. I just wanted to highlight it here.
So let me just pause real quick. So when you say later, are you talking about a CIP session?
So yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's in CIP.
Okay, so I want, because I don't know, Paul, are you going to be at the CIP session? Because it's eventually going to be an infrastructure delivery team review of the list that we kind of preliminarily went through. So I want you to have opportunity to talk about it if you want to talk about those 2 projects, because in case you're not there, I don't know how we plan that. But I do want to hear about 2 folds of your capital improvement project request. One is more pressing from Joe. Sounds like it's more for staffing who doesn't really even have a space to work from, which sounds more urgent than the other one, which is overall expansion of the animal control facility.
I mean, the overall expansion is going to be needed, if it's needed now,
Yeah.
to be honest with you. The problem is we have no space, we have no land to actually put anything on.
Yeah.
And that's surrounding us. You'd like to keep everything in one area, but realistically, it may not be possible. And you may have 2 centers. You may have an adoption center at one location and a claim or holding facility at another one, which is not unusual for most counties.
Yeah.
But the problem right now is, you've got 9 officers with nowhere to go.
Yeah.
But their vehicles.
Yeah.
It's like law enforcement. When they're out there, they're in their vehicles, but at least they have substations to go to.
Right.
These guys have no substations. So when they're trying to meet with a family or meet with attorneys that are involved in certain cases, we have nowhere to go.
Yeah.
So we're borrowing space to have meetings.
Yeah. And I think animal control is probably one of the good examples of how our level of service has evolved over time. There is a reason for a name, animal control, even though sometimes people refer your facility as pet center, and it's not necessarily how it was intended to be. Animal control is more of a human safety feature rather than an animal. We talked about this, even though the expectation and perception from the residents are sometimes maybe a little different than what it's intended to be. There is a state statute dictating the level of service that you're providing as a public safety agency to provide animal control for the safety of humans. And so over years, Paul, you've been here for a really long time. I think the expectation of our community has evolved to not only we are eliminating animal nuisance to protect our residents, but also getting to the animal services, which is more of a promoting adoption of safe pets and things like that. And of course, among other things, I know you have dealt with ducks, you have dealt with all different different things. Because somehow the expectation of your service is beyond the scope what we have designed for, which means that we're gonna have need more resources to meet all those needs. So I do want to use this opportunity to define what you were required to do and what you are doing today is very different, is way bigger than the scope that has been designed for you. And therefore, the resource shortage, therefore, the space shortage and everything else comes with it.
I would agree. 20 years ago, the facility worked great for what it was,
Yeah.
but we've outgrown that
Yeah.
in our department. So from two people to 21.
Yeah.
in 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think one of the things maybe is a symptom or manifestation of that discrepancy was the recent discussion about feral cats. There were different expectations from our residents. From their perspective, it is a very beneficial thing to do. And I think as a county organization, we would love to do everything that's beneficial for the residents, except that we are constrained by our resource which is back to the burden on our residents. So I just do want to point that out there to make sure that it is understanding of protection of our statutory obligation in our job scopes, with a consideration of how can we look for private resource to facilitate other type of beneficial initiatives that is not a burden on our residents.
Okay.
With that said, we're not gonna have a feral cat operation, but maybe we'll facilitate something. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's two sides to everything.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the last bullet on this, the fee for service review, which I think, it is significant when we are so conscientious about how we keep our most aggressive revenue as low as we can, which is property taxes. And in return, we have to find alternatives that is more in line with the consumption, which in this case, animal control is one thing, but if we're talking about enhanced service like pet services and adoption, then the way we can sustain those level of services is to implement fees. So I do like that review options when we come to fee schedule.
And that's what we did this year. We did it last year too, going through and looking at all our fees, and then trying to balance what, you have the flip side on both sides. So if you charge too much, then you have a pet center full of pets that you can't take care of, or you eat too little, and so you've got to how to balance that. So we look at them every year and kind of seeing that where we're at. And I think where we are right now is a good balance, and what we, at least for this year.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we're actually covering costs of services, which is good.
Okay.
And things like microchip, we can make double or triple off of.
Mhm.
It's according to what manufacturer we purchase.
Mhm.
It's working.
Yeah.
If we can flatline it, that's good.
Yeah.
So that kind of, goes back to that second bullet, veterinary services. We get charged so much. We charge, the residents so much for those services. So, again, we're not trying to be a wash. I don't think the government's a wash in some of the services we provide, but what does that balance look like? And that's where we continue to look at it.
Yeah. Got it. And that reminds me of, in the past, the question that came up with the centralized animal control facility. And I think you just touched on that we do have a centralized facility, except that we're a little landlocked, surrounded by water districts land, who is at this time has, for whatever reason, no interest in conveying any land for our expansion need, which obviously is not their need, it's our need to meet the increased demand. But at the same time, we do have space for adding more offices or kind of co-working docking station for our animal control tech, right? So that is on the CIP list.
Yes.
Are we looking at expansion on our CIP at all? Or I don't recall that was on the list.
Not land-wise, but
Yeah.
on the
actual
footprint.
construction.
Yeah,
Yes. Okay.
on the footprint of what we have right now is what we can do.
Okay.
And then coastal, the more complicated, more expensive one. So we have, the left side of the screen, the white area, some of the projects that are coming up. Again, as we talk with coastal, is, I guess, with any other construction type of department, they're multi-year projects. There's nothing that happens in a year. So Ponte Vedra, again, I'll just go summarize. North Ponte Vedra, KG, we're fully funded. We should be completing that construction by the end of next year or sometime next year. South Ponte Vedra, FEMA, KG, also is another project that is fully funded, and we're looking at completing that in 27. That's part of that 153 million that I was saying earlier that are in that expense area, but we haven't got back yet because we haven't spent anything yet. But those are two big projects. The South Ponte Vedra Army Corps CSRM, which is the project, that 50-year Army Corps project that we've been talking about. We've had the permitting engineer design funded and going through that process. But between 35 and 50 million of it is for the construction is not funded yet. And that project could come to fruition in about 3 years, 3 to 4 years. So 29, 30, if everything works out like it's supposed to. The good thing about that project is a 50-year project. So we would maintain that beach for 50 years with the help of the feds and the state. But right now there's no identified funding, and we're trying to figure that out on how to fund that project. Porpoise Point is another one that we started a couple years ago. We were finalizing the design. Well, design's finalized. We're going through the finalizing of the permits. This is to stabilize Porpoise Point, which then would stabilize Milano, working with the Corps. And so that's a $20 million project. It's also unfunded, and we'll start looking at funding options on that one. There's no time frame on this one other than the permit's good for 15 years. And then Summer Haven, we've talked about lately. There's 3 projects that we're looking at down there. All of them are not funded for construction. 2 of them are funded for the permanent engineering design, which is the river dig and opening up the Summer Haven River, and then the continuous seawall help with the residents to protect their homes on the west side of old A1A, but east of the homes. That's going through the permanent engineering design now, and we're working with the community on the easement requirements with them right now. So we'll be going back and forth. They understand 100% easement before we can move forward. Anything else? I don't know if we're there yet.
Okay. So this is a good comprehensive list. I think it's sort of the gist of your master plan the next to maybe 5 to 10 years. I do want to kind of, because you had mentioned that we don't have identified funding. We are trying to figure out a way to fund it. We're trying to find a way. Okay. So that's very mysterious for a resident to listen to, as if that we have a magical, mysterious way of finding funding source. So I want to use this opportunity, and I think arguably probably CSRM is one of the higher priorities of all coastal projects because it is partnership with Army Corps. It is one project provides you 50-year sort of insurance plan for this stretch of the coastline. That is still a gap, but it costs $35 to $50 million. The funding makeup is based on the public access, how much public access you're providing, which in turn determines the federal interest and local interest of it. So I understood that that you're working on providing more access to public so that we can lower our local interest. Just name a few funding source that that the magic ones may be pointing at, so that there is no illusion that there is a mysterious funding source that we're trying to find.
Yeah. So currently the funding source is just, if everything's all equal, there's 3 funding sources typically identified. The feds come in with a cost share of a certain amount of money. The state comes in with some money based on the access, like you're saying, and then whatever's left is county responsible. So we call it non-federal share. So those are the 3 normal funding sources to fund a project like this. What we're looking for in addition to is if we can add more access, it shifts those percentages more to the feds and the state than to the county. And so that's what, if we put some investment into access, and we kind of talked about in my operational highlights here, is a trolley system or getting people to the beach. with some of those improvements, that cost share shifts and we can then have a cheaper or less responsibility. Other options that we're exploring is an MSTU. There is a current MSTU there right now with an older project. And we will have to look at if that's something that we want to do, continue or recreate.
Would you explain what MSTU is?
So it's
What's the role it plays in there?
it's a service tax based on the project area. So basically the residents in that district or that project area would be taxed based on a millage percentage set by the board to help recoup the funds or to pay for those funds. So just south of that area and the Alano CSR and Alano Army Corps project, we do have an MSTU that they pay into to help offset some of that cost.
Are those the homes that are on the ocean front?
They're on the ocean front. So we have explored in previous, I guess, looking at funding for when we were trying to fund North Ponte Vedra. We looked at an MSTU and we created one up there, but we were able to secure some funds from the state that didn't necessarily need that. But we were also looking at MSB, that you're looking at the benefit that everybody in that whole area, not just the oceanfront residents, would benefit from a project like this. A little more complicated, a little more, I would say, controversial in the sense that people on the west side of A1A didn't want it because they're not oceanfront properties. And so there was some back and forth on that. If we went with an MSTU, it would be a significant MSTU to cover 100% of that cost. And that's something that we need to really look at to see if that's an option of how much. Right now, I think they're paying two mills for their current project, which ends in a couple of years. But then we're potentially could ask them to add on top of that to help pay for this project. Now, some of the residents understand that if we don't get this project, there is no other future project coming. So their beach was not going to be protected. So you're right. It's a magic. I guess it's more of a insurance policy.
Sure.
Another option that we're looking at is state appropriations. And so working with our state partners to see if we can get actual money, one-time infusion into this, at least get the initial construction going. And then once the initial construction is, then project has intervals. So we're not sure 5, 10, 12 years, we'll have to do the project again, and we'll have that same cost share, a little different cost share. If there's a storm in between there, the feds come in and pay for it 100% on their dime. So that's where the insurance piece is really good. That's really where I push for a lot of zone report projects. So there really is, outside of that, there is no magic funding source besides the three entities and then the state MSTU or a state appropriations that we're looking at.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so heading back to the operational highlights, again, fully funded, or fully staffed, so no additional FTEs. We are extremely busy and we have many different projects going on. So I think we have a right size department right now. When we started off with 2 and trying to do all these projects, it just was not feasible. So I think we're right size now. We already talked about the trolley, trying to get a trolley system to shift some of those funds. The one thing with the trolley that we kind of talked about with South Ponte Vedra, it doesn't only affect South Ponte Vedra, it will affect Volano and will reduce cost share down there as well. So there's a pretty big significant change there as well. So 2 project areas.
It also solves, because I know Volano residents are very concerned about traffic and parking, so potentially has that
it could move
benefit
people.
to be added. Yeah.
Yeah, it could move people for up and down the coast. So when we look at it, we're strictly dollars and cents, but there's a whole other area that benefits from this if we move down this path.
Yeah, and we talked about a mobility potentially line connecting all the way to the city of San Augustine, since they're experiencing the same challenge for traffic in the same time. I think in a sense, we talked about earlier the tourism, it is really continuation from the city to the beach. People are here for all of it. So there is definitely a comprehensive benefit to be added for a system like that.
Yeah. Yeah, we did a economic study, and I know they did as well. 48% of the people that come to St. Johns County come to the beach, and why they hear 70% of them actually visit the beach.
Yeah,
So a huge economic draw is to have a healthy beach.
right.
So yeah, we're looking at all those kind of options for
Yeah.
us. Easements, just wanted to highlight it because this is we always have to have easements to do things in St. Augustine area. We're at 66%. We've talked about this a couple of times. I wanted to put it here. I know it's not necessarily a dollars and cents thing, but if we don't get 100% easements down there and the Army Corps projects go away because they require 100%, then we're on the hook as a community to fund that beach. And if you've been here any amount of time, St. Augustine Beach used to be rocks. And now it's a nice, healthy beach. And it's because of these Army Corps projects. And so if that goes away, then that equals the beach. And then we have to fund it. And it's here by all our numbers, it's super expensive to fund the beach.
Right.
We talked about the coastal economic plan. We have a coastal management plan that we're putting together, which really kind of highlights all the things we've been talking about, but just more of a centralized document so you kind of understand the beach as a whole. Summer Haven Inlet is something that we put in there last year and we're planning to push for this year is there is a potential that we could work with the state on figuring out the ownership and responsibility of Summer Haven Inlet. Now, I don't know exactly where that's going to land, where the ownership goes, but it could be some potential funding cost shares to help manage that inlet to maybe stabilize both the north of Summer Haven Inlet and south of it. So depending on how that looks at, but that's a multi-year study project kind of thing that we're looking at.
Who are the potential receivers of
So
the ownership?
So that's where we are right now. So we're kind of helping initiate that with the state. The state actually puts this together, and then the state has to be part of that plan, and they'll identify kind of who's we're working with them trying to steer that. All the above. It's a natural inlet. And so no one's touched it. So once you kind of touch it, you own it. So not raise your hands. But if we truly want to understand Summer Haven, both north and south, it's help Summer House, and then in the south to keep the river open, we need to kind of understand the inlet and what that helps with us. Kind of the channel in, dredging it, not dredging it, and what it means.
Yeah.
We're also working with OMB on the TDT funds. So we're really starting to get into it this year more than we have in previous years, and trying to help steer the conversation where we want to put some of the monies or those funds. One of the ideas that I have, and I think I've expressed it, is looking at trying to build some funds in smaller project areas and over time build some funds in there so that it's not such a big hit when we come to ask for things, especially like the Army Corps projects when we know we're going to have costs in future times. Let's see if we can start saving now, so it's not against the big hit later.
Yeah, which is what you did with the North Palm Beach project.
Yes.
You were able to set aside funds each year.
That was about 5 years of doing that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
That was a great example because once we were able to show the state we've had 10, 15 million or whatever the dollar amount was in there, they were able to say, you are committed to doing this project, and here's the rest of it.
Right.
One last thing I threw on here is a future sand sourcing. This is something that we've talked about a couple of years. This is going to, I don't say super expensive, but it's something that's needed for us. We need to find our future sand source. Why it's in here is because it's not what I'm looking for. It's not tied to a specific project. And so when it's not tied to a specific project, it's kind of hard to justify why we're doing this. But if you kind of go back in time and you look at some of the older storms and some of the bigger projects, it takes us 3 to 5 years to go through that whole process of finding sand. And then if we had the sand already identified, you're shrinking that time to actually get the sand back on the beach faster.
Right.
And so we're starting to look and talking to different both state and federal agencies and kind of seeing how that what we can do now to start looking for that long-term return on investment.
Right.
And then that's it.
Right. Kelly, anything to add to your operations?
I'm sorry, what?
Anything to add to your operation?
Discussion.
No.
Couple of zeros.
No,
we're good. We'll step aside.
All right, Wade, would you like to cover the department budget?
Yeah, quite a bit going on with the beach one, so I hope I can. I'll work on right away. Start emergency management within the general fund.
Is it in public safety? I can't find in public safety.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. All right, we will.
We didn't tell you, we removed it. I was going to say, what happened?
Seems to happen.
Don't write us out.
I just learned that this morning.
You're really bad, sorry.
Yeah, I do not see it, so we will not start with emergency management, unfortunately. I'll have to make sure that page gets added in. All right, animal control.
All right.
Hold still in.
There we go.
You made it.
Largely personnel is the biggest part of the cost, as mentioned. The operations are there. The CIP for this one, I believe, is actually requested as part of facilities maintenance budget, so we can review that one, go over the CIPs as well. No capital, no vehicles or anything for this year.
We were approved, just so you know, for a vehicle, but we chose to,
For the current year?
yeah, we chose to wait. For the following, for that budget right there. We're choosing to wait because there's more miles we can put on this vehicle and save the county.
It was recommended by.
It was recommended, correct, yeah.
Okay,
So it's a diesel, I think we can get some more out of it.
okay. Yeah, we can talk with Wade on that then if we need that.
We do that with coastal as well, and we don't, we try to take the handy down, and it's after it's handy down, then we take it, so we can kill it on the beach.
And we'll have this one good and ready for you. It is a four-wheel drive.
All right, coastal management, this budget is, this is all the stuff that does not fit into any particular specific project. A lot of administrative oversight, some of the FEMA required monitoring.
So we do monitoring in the individual projects, but FEMA projects, don't last forever.
Yeah.
And so that's why we
Right.
put them into our actual budgets for monitoring. And
Okay,
that changes over time. So you start off with heavy requirements for monitoring, and as time goes, that changes. And so you might put it every other year, and then at a certain time it stop doing it. So that's why it lives here.
okay.
25, I gotta look at, because this does not look like it belongs here. I'm gonna make sure what pipelines you were purchasing out of coastal.
We're buying them on your edge.
Did Neil do that?
Yeah.
$5 million worth of pipeline.
All right, and then to get to the each of the projects. So here's the Beach Renourishment Fund. These haven't quite been fully formatted, but we'll go through them. This is, Beach Renourishment is really St. Augustine Beach. So these are the funds that are set aside for, and this one, we are building up funds for the next round of renourishment. And on this one, we've kind of asked the question a little bit because the last construction that was done was actually done at no cost to the county because of that.
It's called FCCE,
Yes,
yeah,
okay.
federal cost share.
So where we were planning to have a county portion of that cost, we actually had nothing. So this is one where we're continuously transferring monies in. So we may look at either do we kind of pause that transfer or do we really do like a one-time transfer back to tourist development. So we're looking at that. Coastal Highway, this is the Volano one. This is the 50-year one, so that's kind of the similar to St. Augustine Beach. The initial's done. We're doing monitor each year and also trying to accumulate dollars for the next construction or nourishment
And
cycle.
there is an MSTU that helps.
Right.
Yeah.
That where it comes in.
Right. Ponte Vedra Beach, this one is just the monitoring portion of the current one.
So this is a kind of what I think started our thinking of that savings kind of account is because when we did the last project, with all the funds that came in, we were actually, and we were able to accomplish the project under budget. And so we had about $3.5 million that we were able to keep and reallocate to the future project. And so that kind of thought of, hey, let's look at this in the future, try to save some money to move along. So when we talk monitoring here, there is a requirement to do monitoring as we go. But every time you do a new project, it kind of starts the clock over again. It changes those kind of requirements a little bit. So like this year we'll do a monitoring and just budget as monitoring, but next year when the project comes in, there will be no monitoring because that's the construction year and then the year after. So then that's why you'll see the ups and downs in those kind of.
And this is in North Ponte Vedra?
This is, yes, North Ponte Vedra.
So would that saving be enough for the maintenance as well?
Only for, so we were using it for maintenance of the monitoring, not maintenance, but the monitoring.
Yeah.
We were doing the monitoring of it with it, and then now we have the new project coming in.
Which is the FEMA project.
We just put that into there so we actually get the project funded. And now we're funded and that first year monitor will be out of it. After that, we'll have to look for monitoring funds.
Which is another really, I think, a very essential benefit of Army Corps project. We talked about before the North Ponte Vedra Beach project, and that could potentially be true for South, is that they become category G project, and then you get FEMA funding when there's damage.
Yes, and FEMA's around and Cat G projects are there. That's a great point. Also for North Ponte Vedra, there is an MSTU set up, but it hasn't been levied. So, we're looking at funding sources when we get back later on past this project, and we're now looking for monitoring for future savings. That's a good funding source. Even for small millage, it's a huge amount of money to help fund these future projects. Because since we weren't able to get an Army Corps project up there, FEMA or us are the only funding, our only options for projects up there right now.
Right.
All right, and then South Ponte Vedra, this one has, again, this was the one-time project. There's two MSTUs related to it, a South Ponte Vedra and a Serenata. Both are funding both the ongoing monitoring as well as the debt service related to that initial construction. And so this is the one where there's the Army Corps 50-year project right behind it that's unfunded.
Yeah, and so this is the one that, we started looking at, the funding options or this MSTU, what does that look like for the future of this project? Because I don't think they have a lot of years left to pay on that project, but I think we might have to recreate the MSTU or alter it, or I'm not legal side of it, I have to get more into it, but that could be continued funding source.
Yeah. And very similar to North Ponte Vedra, the initial construction cost is the biggest, the heavy lifting. But because it becomes a category G and then you have an interval of replenishments, the future obligation is pretty contained. I would say compared
We would
to
know.
what we're looking at now.
Yes, it's a little bit more known.
Yeah.
And just like Wade said, if we have a storm in the middle of it, they come back and they do it on their time.
Yeah.
And then that could extend the interval then.
Yeah.
So that changes as we go.
Yeah.
And then I think finally, Joe, this one's funded this year. This is the Ponte Vedra. Or this is the FEMA cat. It's a Cat G.
The FEMA, the North Ponte Vedra.
South Ponte
You
Vedra.
tell me.
Oh, wait.
I think this is South Ponte Vedra.
Oh, yes.
So there's South Ponte Vedra
Yes,
monitoring.
yeah, so there's three projects in the same similar area.
Yeah.
So you have the original project that they did that we just talked about.
One time.
Then you have the Cat G, because they did that, we have the insurance policy from FEMA.
Yeah.
And now we're trying to get the federal side to come in and do that same area instead. So after this, then it's a 50-year full project.
Okay.
So yes, this is that. And this is also fully funded.
Yeah.
And that was same kind of concept. We had multiple different, I think we have 6 different grants that came to this, and it's more of a accounting nightmare.
Yeah.
To put this together.
Yeah.
But we To Wade. Give more headaches to Wade, but we had so many different fundings versus trying to fully fund this project.
Yeah.
We were able to get to it.
We appreciate the creativity and getting the funding. It's just how do we actually account for all the various funding sources? So
Everyone has their own cost shares and splits and.
they like to keep it interesting.
Yes.
And then if you want, so Joy, here are the MSTU funds that are assessed, those property owners for their portion or for a portion of each of those projects. The coastal highway is for the Milano 50-year project, the south.
So I did, hold on,
Sorry.
just, so I know, they bring in some money and it's levied in certain things, but saying nicely, it was probably under taxed for that particular project, where South Pine Vidra is higher. So there's kind of an equity thing that we look at there, but it just, I mean, when we go to the next project, you'll see that they bring in so much more to help fund that one than this one. So we're paying more from that tourist development side on that piece of the south front.
Yeah.
Let's say too, it's hard to kind of make them apples to apples comparison because
Access.
each project has their own federal
Yes.
portion that could be different, so.
Yeah, and every section of the beach, 42 miles, is unique, and there's exception to
Yes.
storms and how critically eroded. And then the opportunity at the time when the state
Yes.
legislature was able to fund certain things. So it's very difficult to have a universal way of
Yes.
treating any of these.
And that's, I just wanted to highlight
yeah,
that it's
yeah.
different and it's difficult.
Yeah. But I can see, residents from their perspective, sand is sand, and there is definitely the feeling of equity, which we try to do that as much as we can, but that's,
Yeah, when
impossible.
all the other areas want to look at equity, they want to look at this one.
Yeah.
To gauge their equity.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody looks at this one.
So this one brings in less than 50,000 a year. It is a 50-year program. The South Ponte and the Serenata both contribute towards the South Ponte Vedra one-time project for now. South Ponte Vedra brings in 600,000 or estimated for FY27. And then Serenata is a smaller amount, of 53,000 and change, so. I think that's all the funding sources that
Yes.
comprise
And
all
then-
of your affirmative management.
And Summer Haven, which is more of the road pieces of it. That's-
another innovative.
Yes. And what you can and can't use the funds for that.
Yeah. Most of the project that the board just recently approved is in the coastal management budget for now because it's separate from the MSTU for Summer Haven.
Question in reference to funding. Can you remind me again why the city and City Beach doesn't have to pay their share for the funding of our department? And we provide 100% of the coverage for the city and City Beach?
So you're funded from the general fund. There's an ad valorem, a millage rate related to the general fund that all countywide residents pay into. So they are paying
City and cities.
property taxes to the county, which in turn go to animal control.
Yeah. I'm have to remind you.
Yeah.
But they don't pay. That's okay.
Yeah.
They do pay.
They do pay.
Yes, they do.
Just we have more needs than the fund can pay for.
Yes.
All right.
Any other questions? Okay. A lot.
They're most expensive. Specifically, Steve.
Yeah.
Most expensive. And we got a thank you right over there.
Nice meeting.
Oh, a picture in there. Yeah.